Guys, for your patience, both online and here in the room. Nothing like good technical difficulties to make sure that we're all awake. One thing that I was going to check on before we had all these issues, if you go to the website, flightworksalabama.com, /WBIB, log in. Remember, the username's automatically saved. Your password is capital WBIB, lowercase PILOT, 2021. Okay, and now, when you go to the student safety assessment, which I'm going to change the view real quick. Okay. Now, whenever you click on this assessment, we talked about this yesterday, so you guys had your homework and I had mine, right? I did my homework, so I hope you guys had the same success. But when you get on here, we talked about the fact that we only had the view-only document. Now you should have a view-only document, the editable document, as well as your printer-friendly version. So for those of you that will need to print it out and make sure that you have access to that, you now have access to all three, okay? And that will be for each assessment listed. Okay, another thing that we had talked about yesterday was we had promo videos available. So if you go back out to the website and you go to your resources file, you'll see that there are some new add-ons. You have the promo video listed here at the bottom. It's a 2-minute video that you can post at any given time. So if your school would like to post it or if you would like to post it, does not matter when. It doesn't really tell a lot about the program other than we're here to get students. I say a lot about the program. When I say that, I mean we're not giving away any details that would affect their surveys. So we could post this and say, you know, we've got this really cool program which does excite students about math and science. They get to use tools, but it doesn't give away anything. So anyway, so you can post this at any given time. That'll be fine. You can also view, it was requested yesterday, the icon and symbols poster. I made that on an 11 by 17 sheet, so if you wanted to make it like poster size in your classroom, that would be an option. Let's look at that real quick. And this is just in a Google Doc. It's a little bit about just saying these are what each of these icons mean, and then a little description to go with that. So friendly enough. And then also, and I think we talked about this yesterday, your survey and the orientation video are located on this home page. So once you've given your survey, if you would like to post the orientation video, feel free. Right? Make sure that, as Robin said, you might want to hold off to do that to make sure that other schools have not or have already given their survey so you don't skew data, especially if you know you're working really close with a partner school. So especially within the same school, you want to make sure that that orientation video, once it's displayed, you've already passed out all of your surveys. But I think if you wait in the next couple of weeks or so and do that, that'll be just fine. Okay, then we have updates. So some of the other things that were mentioned yesterday that just needed to be corrected, the personal protection versus protective equipment, that's been adjusted. The digital notebook concern that we had in the very first lesson, I don't know if you guys remember it about the accident and the FOD, that's been corrected as well. The accident report that you guys filled out yesterday was missing like a date and an address. That's been rewritten. So on the presentation and in the new updated instructor's manual, it has all of those details. And we introduce a second character named Tyrone, and he is the witness. So you've got some more details there as you've requested. Also, there was a few of you that I think just had there was some odd wording in some of the instructor's manual, and you put it on like Post-it notes or whatnot and just said, hey, check out this wording. That's been corrected as well. And then the last major thing that we looked at were the inventors. And we had that list of 28, and they were all scattered. And it was a little stressful for even me. As I was saying it, I was like, this needs to be reorganized. That's been done. So it's been corrected to where now the 14 primary inventors is what I'm going to call them. Those are listed as the first 14 with asterisks. All of the documents that go with that have been ordered to match. So they're now all in the same order in the first 14 in every place in the presentation, in the instructor's manual, and in the student digital notebook. All of that now is the first 14 primary listed. Okay. So I hope the whole goal is we want you guys to know that you say it, we listen. And if it's something that definitely merits us fixing, we want to make that adjustment on our end. So I was thinking back about you guys. I was telling Robin this morning. I was thinking about you guys as I was getting, kind of reflecting on the day from yesterday. And I was like, man, they built airplanes. They made talking avatars. We talked about workplace champions. And I told Robin, I said, first off, it cracks me up that there's only one daredevil in the room. So I know, we're going to have to hang out because you're fun, right? You have to be fun. So anyway, but then I was like, but what I know is everybody else, Daredevil had to be your number 2. The reason why I say that is because you're doing a pilot program. You're teaching curriculum that has never been taught. You want to talk about something daring in education. You are on the cusp of the daring, right? You are all daredevils. So I'm assuming that was everyone's number 2. And then I even mentioned to Robin that I talked about the counselors, but I didn't talk to our analyst. So I have an analyst story for you real quick, which I know we have a lot to get into, and I really appreciate your patience on everything. But I have 3 boys, so the analyst in the room will appreciate this story. I have 3 boys. I have an 8-year-old. I have twin 5-year-olds. So my house is clean all of the time. It's completely orderly. It's a phenomenal household. Anyway, but so there's a lot of activity that goes on, to say the least. So last night, Owen. Now, I'm fairly certain that they're all daredevils somewhere in there, but Owen is my analyst. And I love an analyst. I'm convinced, we were discussing this earlier, Miss Kelly in the back, she is an analyst. She's detail-oriented. She plans. One of our curriculum writers is an analyst. And I need analysts in my life, right? They are the planners. They're the organizers. They pay attention to detail. I am better at my job if I'm working with an analyst. So my son, Owen, 5 years old, starts calling after I'd put him down to bed. And I've got lots of homework to do, right? So I'm like, okay, kid, come on, what is it? Anyway, and so he says, I'm scared. I said, what are you scared of? It's still early. Why are you scared? He said, I'm scared of getting shots. I said, like at the doctor? He said, yes, I don't want to get shots. He said, I got them when I was 4. He's 5. And he said, and Luke, his older brother, said, I have to get them again when I'm 12. And he said, and I don't want to get them. I said, well, first off, that's 7 years down the road, kid. You want to talk about a planner, right? 7 years down the road, you don't have to worry about that. He said, but I'm afraid we're going to forget by the time it gets here, because he said, I want to tell the doctor that I don't want shots, or are there other options, basically. And I was like, well, we'll ask when we go. And he said, well, can we write it down so we won't forget? And I was like, in 7 years, if we have this piece of paper, you better believe I'm whipping it out and showing the doctor and Owen and all of his friends. So anyway, but just thinking about the analyst in the room, those of you that plan, I knew that you would appreciate the fact that I'm raising one. So it's good. It's good stuff. Okay, before we keep going, I think I have listed all of our updates. I will just kind of note real quick, we had talked about a few videos that needed to be created. And I know you saw some of those videos last night, but we talked about summary videos for you guys to show in case if you have students that are jumping in and out of quarantine, or you have students that are coming into your courses late. That is on my to-do list. It did not get done last night, but it will get done as soon as we finish up this professional development. And those will be located in your resource files. Okay, so just giving you, it'll be called a Kit 1 summary video, and then the subsequent kits. So just be looking for those, and so that way you can show those to the students. And then online, there was the request of the Wright Brothers Flyer video instructions. So just so you know, we will also create that video for multiple reasons. Yes, we want you guys to be able to do that online, but that's also an excellent resource for those that are doing the pickup bags. We had talked about making those baggies. If you can send that home and have a video to accompany written instructions, I mean, why not? So I really appreciate the feedback from that. I think that the feedback is what's going to make this program just even more phenomenal and high quality. So we're looking for more of those things today, but hopefully you were happy with some of those results, and we will be keeping notes again today. So as you have questions, we will be making notes, but because we are kind of pushed for time, it might be something where we're sticking them on the whiteboard in the back of the room as you go out for break or lunch, and then we'll create that frequently asked question sheet like we did yesterday. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Kelly. Woo! Oh, wow. Thank you, Rhonda. I needed that little pep talk. She's a counselor. She's a counselor. Rhonda, I appreciate you. So, yes. Yeah, yeah, that's a whole different level of crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead, and before we jump in, I'm going to get the teachers to make a copy of your Digital 2 notebook. So on the side screens, if you will, go to your Kit 2. When you click on Student Digital Notebook, just a friendly reminder here, you do need to be logged into your Google account. So if it's grayed out, you want to make sure that you get logged in. And then go ahead and make a copy, because you'll be referring to that as we go throughout the presentation today. Okay, Miss Robin? I have said my piece, and probably took more time than I needed.
All right, so good morning, and those of y'all who are online, y'all missed a tour of FlightWorks Alabama, and so we went around the center and we learned about airplanes while y'all were hanging out in cyberspace waiting for us to get online. So we appreciate everyone's patience today. I'm just going to preface this with the teacher background materials. All of those today are going to be assigned as homework since we're running an hour behind. So if there's anything that's really imperative in any of them that needs to be mentioned, I'll mention it. But the teacher background, we're going to kind of speed up a few things because we have Mr. Earl and Mr. Jeff in the room. So we want to make sure that they bring to you all that Snap-on knowledge. And we don't want to cut them short today with their contributions to the curriculum. So with that said, today we're in Kit 2, Lesson 1. Is where we're going to start. All right, and so basically all this is we're still embracing safety. We're still within the Center of Invention and Innovation, and we're just going to reinforce all of this. Educate our lesson objectives. Okay, we're going to recall and apply information regarding PPE and workplace safety. We're going to explain the necessity of accurate, reliable measurement. Now we're getting into Snap-on in the workplace. Identify and practice caring for, maintaining, and properly storing precision measuring tools. All right, so today is going to be a lot of fun. Standards, all right, there they are listed. Materials for Lesson 1. All right, the Airbus tool shop attendant will be homework. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll do another running homework list. We're going to let you watch that one on your own. All right, safety glasses, we've already distributed those and put them on your tables. These are not the ones that you'll be getting in the kit. These are the ones from our shop. Everything in this room last night was sanitized, and so were the glasses, just to let you know. And then you're going to start putting your hands on the tools. And so we're going to be looking at the steel rulers, the tape measures, and the analog calipers. So for our schools that are in Ohio, California, and Oregon, if you do have your kits, this is something that you can pull out. I know yesterday, I believe, Kelly, Ohio was delivered. Is that correct? All right. And who's receiving them today? Anybody getting them today? Okay, Oregon Monday, California tomorrow. So be watching for your shipments. And then the Ohio folks can go ahead and open the boxes and pull them out and follow along as well. All right, and then the instrument cleaning wipes are on your tables. We went ahead and put those on there. I would recommend not opening them yet until Earl and Sarah gives you the instructions and guidelines for those. Key terms, instruments, and tools. And our essential question for this is, what is the reason for care, maintenance, and storage of precision measurement tools? And this is what the students are going to be learning. Again, we're not going to go through the background on this. We'll let that be homework. And the one thing I will point out, you're going to learn a lot about this kit. This will be coming to your classroom hopefully in the fall. All right, just remember you're working out of a box, okay? But while we have Jeff and Earl here, we want you to go ahead and start learning a lot of this, okay, as well. So with that, it's all Sarah.
Okay, and as I go through this, once again, you guys are going to now you're really in trouble because I got a whole nother cup of coffee while I was working through technical difficulties. So if you need me to slow down, just need you to give me this signal. Slow it down. We do have 5 lessons that we're covering today. It's about the tools and the instruments, actually. We're going to be talking about that. It's going to be really exciting. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this. Miss Robin, did I leave that clicker over there? Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to begin. Once again, you do have this table of contents slide right here at the beginning, so you can quickly access your bell ringers as well as your lessons. And then you can go straight into your lesson. So we are going to begin with lesson 1, and this is actually the bell ringer for your students to say, what do you remember about the safety requirements without giving them any words, right? So who can remember some of the safety requirements we talked about yesterday? In the back. Yes, wear personal protection equipment, right? Protective equipment. So you want to make sure that you have your PPE on, and for the We Build It Better classroom, what PPE do we wear? The safety glasses, right? It's glasses, not goggles, if you care about that technicality. Ms. Barbara? No horseplay. Excellent. Mr. Breedy? Yes, make sure that your hair is pulled back, especially, and that's right. Jeff is already making sure that he's got slicked back. Want to make sure that hair is pulled back, and that is something that is not as important. I'm going to say that carefully and cautiously in the first few kits, but once you start getting into kit 3 and kit 4, where students and teachers are working with equipment, and we are working with tools, you want to make sure that you reemphasize to your ladies to have, and bullets are coming back, and your gentlemen, to make sure that the hair is pulled back. Yes. Exactly. Know your first aid kit, where it is, when can I use it, right, and what's inside. Excellent. Another one? Yes, no food or drink. Make sure that you do not have that in the classroom. And make sure that, we're looking at FOD and keeping that away. A few other things that you might want to point out to your students, and if you'll go through your toolbox meeting like you typically do. We do have a couple of key terms here, very interesting. The key terms are instrument and tool. We'll be talking about those. You will be working in teams today. You were yesterday. But as we move forward with the toolbox meeting and they are working in teams, you will see that pop up at the bottom of that toolbox meeting. They haven't really been in teams in Kit 1. A lot of that has been individual. Even while they were sharing a glue gun for the Wright Brothers flyer, they were still all building their own individual Wright Brothers flyers. So as you move forward in the kits, you'll have a little note here, so that way if you want to say anything to your students about how they're getting into teams or any of your guidelines that you might have while they're working in teams, this gives you that opportunity. Okay. All right, let's see. So general safety guidelines, always have an adult, right? No running or horseplay, no food or drink, appropriate PPE, secure loose clothing, jewelry, and hair. Know where the safety equipment's located, right? The safety glasses, and the first aid equipment. Clean the work area and return all tools, report any damage. So you want to make sure that, yes, you have the tools returned, but also that you report the damage. Excellent. Let's move on, and we're actually going to start by talking about the difference between a tool and an instrument. So I have also attended some of the Snap-on Tools training and been certified, and one of those was in the precision measurement instruments. When I went to this certification training, they made a very valid point. I actually was able to be in the room with Mr. Ira while he was from Starrett, and he was talking about they're really big on precision. And he made the statement that we deal with instruments, not tools. Because of this, it made me think about it a little differently. He explained that a tool is something that you typically see like in a toolbox, right? And if kids are thinking at home, okay, so they might have tools somewhere and it's tossed into a toolbox. But an instrument makes you think more along the lines of something that requires a little more care, right? If it's a musical instrument or if it's a medical instrument. So it is a specialized tool. It's still a tool, but it's a specialized tool because that instrument requires care, maintenance, storage. So examples of tools are, yes, plastic or wooden rulers, yardsticks, screwdrivers, or even tools, wrenches, but precision is precision rules. We're going to talk about the difference between a ruler and a rule today. Calipers, gauges, micrometers, and the list could go on. But there is a significant difference between an instrument and a tool. So in Kit 2, you actually are learning about the specialized tools, which are your precision measurement instruments. In Kit 4, you get to the real tools, right? Just the tools, which are the screwdrivers and the ratchets and the wrenches and the drill and all of those type things. So there is a difference, and I wanted to make sure that I pointed that out to you. Robin, can you do me a real quick favor? Will you change video wall on that wall panel? Can you change to where these screens are displaying the same thing, because it would be helpful for me so I don't have to keep turning around. Okay, so this is one of your homework videos, 2 minutes. Okay, so Robin has already said that she is keeping a list of what you're going to have to do on group 1 through 6. Change it to lectern. Or, yes, I think it's lectern. It's okay. And then keep going. There we go. Maybe it'll work. Hey, there we go. Okay, so this is one of your homework assignments. Yeah, don't make it colder. That's the message we're conveying. Don't turn the air down, but turn it off is what the idea is here. Okay, so here we go. We've got the tool room attendant. This is a really quick video. These are actual Airbus employees, and it's just a video about, hey, this is what I do at my job. This is what type of requirements there are for me to do my job. Like, hey, you need a high school diploma. You need a degree in mechanical engineering. It goes through and it tells students these are the things that they look for. You need experience in this. So it gives them some idea of, wait a minute, this is actually a job. And also, this is how I would apply for that job. These are the requirements for that job. So you'll see a lot of these Airbus videos. They're phenomenal, and they're fairly short. Okay, so the next thing is your precision measurement instruments. The moment that we've all been waiting for, right? Okay, so you have the tape measure, the steel rule, and the analog caliper. Just a note here, we are going to be changing this in the actual program to a dial caliper. It looks the same, our title is going to change. There's actually 2 types of analog calipers, but we are going to be really focusing on the dial caliper. So just a note that that is something that might change whenever you get the actual, or it will change whenever you get the actual program. Okay. So with this being said, we're going to take a minute to distribute these instruments. And we're going to do it how we would expect for you to do it in the classroom, or how we would recommend. At the end, whenever we do go to our first break, if you have a suggestion of a different way to do this, please feel free to put it on a Post-it note and stick it on our whiteboard wall. But this is how we're going to do it for right now. You guys are working in groups of 3, and we have 2 groups of 2 in the room, okay? So the groups of 2, it's a good thing you guys are strong, because you're going to have to double up. So somebody's going to have to double up on on the instrument, so I'm just making you aware of that. But it's not anything too terribly much, I promise. But what you're going to do is you're going to assign each person, and in your classroom they would be in groups of 3, but you are going to have one that is responsible for the ruler. So decide at your table who's responsible for the ruler. You will have one person that is responsible for the tape measure and one person that is responsible for the caliper. So you need to decide who that's going to be at your table. Make a real quick conversation, claim it. Because you are going to be the expert. Yeah, should have held off on that information, right? You are going to be the expert. So claim whichever one, and you're going to be the expert on that tool or instrument. Miss Robin, are you available to pass these out as I get this going? No, you're fine. You're fine. Are you distributing these? Okay. So, also for our YouTube viewers, it was requested yesterday to be able to see that toolbox, and that's not something that I can do immediately, but I did work on that also since yesterday, so you guys will be able to see a little bit better. The camera should be focused in on that now. But we are going to ask everyone, and we're going to do this in a very orderly fashion. Now, I know that you think that this is like impossible, right? It's going to be pure chaos. But it is really about setting that level of expectation. And if you ask people that are really good classroom managers, you have to have a high level of expectation, right? You have to expect students to do more than they think they can even do, right? Because if you ask them, they just want to be crazy. But anyway, what we're going to do is we're doing something very similar to what we did with our Flight Path 9 kids. Miss Robin was sharing this beforehand. So you'll hear us refer to our Flight Path 9 program multiple times. What we did is they actually had an interview for 25 junior high school students. And they came through a whole interview process. We had over 100 applicants. This was actually a pilot program from a few years back. And these junior or 11th grade students came through this interview process, over 100 of them, and it got whittled down. It was whittled down to 25 students. Is that correct? I'm saying all this correctly. I'm just double checking. All right, so 25 high school students. And out of those 25, I think it was 22 boys and 3 girls, right? So you can imagine, I know all about the boys, right? They're exciting. Have a lot of energy. So this is when I was brought on in this program, and I was able to attend, and they were sitting at tables similar to how you were. And it blew me away at the level of expectation that they had and that these teachers had of these students. And so when it was time, they would have the students, one person from each group, which we're going to start off with our ruler people, and you would line up, and as you received your instrument, right, you were to walk back to your table, and then at the end, you were responsible for cleaning and putting it away. At the very end of class, Robin said that they would have one student, they took turns as to which student it was going to be, and that person was responsible for inventory control. And if there was one item missing at the end after everyone had turned, and I witnessed this, it was absolutely incredible. When we got to the electrical, and there are so many little pieces when you get to the electrical cart. Anyway, and the students would completely tear the room apart looking for that one piece, because the rule is you can't leave until we find the piece. I'm just saying, if you have 17-year-olds in a room and you've had them in a room for almost 4 hours and you've talked to them about tools and electrical things, they are ready to go home at the end of the day, right? But they wouldn't. They would sit there and they would find until the missing piece was found. And then inventory had been collected, and then they were dismissed. So a lot of that, I say that to say a lot of this is setting that level of expectation for the classroom. So similarly, we're going to ask you guys to line up. But we are only going to do the ruler people first. So ruler, or did you have them come up one at a time? Do you want to explain this process a little bit better?
No, I mean, that's fine.
Please do.
No, so we can have the ruler folks come up just in a line. We want you to start learning how to do this. But y'all can stand and can I just preface one thing? When we actually use the I shouldn't say real Snap-on carts, because this is real Snap-on cart, okay? With precision measuring tools, what do we always wear on our hands, Mr. Earl and Jeff? Gloves, okay? We have elected for this, okay, just for the cost, unless y'all want gloves for every one of your students every single day and at home and stuff. It's just not going to be feasible to do that with these measuring instruments. Therefore, cleaning them is going to be imperative. Okay, we can't emphasize enough. If you want to alleviate that, you still have to clean them, but we're just not going to be able to supply that many gloves for every single student, every single time they touch it. Would be kind of crazy. So anyway, just keep that in mind as you come up, because these are very, very delicate tools.
Could the students clean them as they return them?
Yes, and we're going to teach y'all how to do that. Yes, the students are going to do it. It's their workplace. They need to do it. Yes.
That's right. Okay, so what we're going to do is the ruler people are actually going to receive 3 plastic rulers and 1 steel rule. Everyone at every table should receive their plastic ruler. So everyone will have their own plastic ruler because you'll be using that for multiple things. But then there will be 1 steel rule expert at each table. And this also gives you a chance to kind of peek in the cart and look at those beautiful serial numbers. All right, and next I'm going to get our tape measure experts to come on up. And you're just getting 1 tape measure. Yes, and now the caliper people. I am so sorry. Yes, I'm getting ready for the next thing. I was not focused. All right, and of course it is important to emphasize to students that you want to make sure that they are using great care. Chances are the first time they do touch these instruments, they are going to use great care. It is the 15th time that they've touched these instruments that they kind of forget. So I do recommend, of course, saying you need to carefully carry these back to your groups. So that way, while you're working in teams, you'll be good to go. All right, thank you, Ms. Robbins, so very much. And you will be returning those at the end of the day today, and we will instruct you. We are going to show you how to clean them in just a few minutes. But at the end of the day, you're going to use them all day today. So at the end, you'll return them to their proper location. Okay, so let's talk about the definitions of care, maintenance, and storage. Now, I know that seems very elementary, having to explain what is care, what is maintenance, and what is storage. But once again, this is an awesome opportunity for you to tell your students, when I say care, this is what I mean, right? So it's a great opportunity for you to really set those expectations. So serious attention or consideration is applied to correctly using the instrument to avoid damage. What does that mean? That means that is a caliper, not a hammer. They might have similar shapes in some ways, but they're not the same thing at all, right? So we're making sure that we're not using it for a different purpose. If you're unsure of the proper use, ask for help and make sure not to drop the instrument. And we're going to emphasize that a lot when we talk about the dial caliper. Maintenance, maintaining the tool through proper use and notifying teacher of a broken instrument. If it's broken, let me know immediately, right? You want to make sure that you are aware. And what will end up happening, and Ms. Robin, you might want to jump in, is we will handle, if you do have something that is broken and needs repair, you will contact us directly. Do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah,
Nope, with a mic.
before you get your actual
And I've got to fix the YouTube camera.
Okay. So before you actually get these kits during professional development next summer or this summer, we'll go through all of that, how to handle everything. So we're just trying to alleviate so everybody doesn't call Mr. Jeff. You would come through us. But if there is any issues, we've done inventory control on everything that you're getting in your boxes. So for this pilot program, you shouldn't have any issues at all. But if you do, please reach out to, Kelly sent them to you, so we'll appoint Kelly. If there is an issue with anything in your kit, just let Kelly know and we'll handle it. But we have done inventory control on it all. So we should be good to go for the pilot. And then we'll address the
That's
cart for
perfect.
next year.
That's exactly what I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew who to contact if you did have some type of issue with a broken instrument. That is the beauty of having Snap-on tools, is that lifetime guarantee. Okay, so moving on, then you have the storage. You want to make sure that you place the instrument in the designated area for future use. And as someone who has been in a workshop for robotics multiple times, I cannot tell you how irritated I get when I can't find the caliper because somebody moved it. If you put it back, and now we had this beautiful foam cutout, it's just exciting. Anyway, but when you know exactly where it's supposed to go, it makes it so much easier and so much more efficient to use as an individual. But in the manufacturing world, in industry, it is of the utmost importance to make sure that when you need a caliper, it is exactly where it is placed, or you can identify it immediately. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do, I'm actually going to show you a couple of items real quick in your student digital notebook. So if you will access your student digital notebook and scroll down. Uh-oh, hang on, wrong thing. Perfect. To this table. So you'll see something that says specialized tools. I'm going to zoom in here for our folks online. Okay, you'll see something that says specialized tools, right? It's located on what we're calling page 2 of the notebook, and that is something that we are looking at. It was mentioned yesterday that even though these do have page numbers on the side, it is page 6. We've made a note to see if there's something that we can do to maybe make that a little easier. But right now, it is page 2 and page 6. So if you look at these specialized tools, there's a place for care and maintenance. If you look at the presentation around the room, this is a hammer it out activity, and you can see that there is a little timer in the middle of all of those instruments. This is a chance for the students to do some self-discovery. There is nothing like self-discovery. I love it, right? Where they are doing the research and they are learning. But in order for them to access this information, they're going to need to click. So whatever expert you are, if you were the steel rule expert, you would click on the steel rule, and underneath it, you will see that there is a hyperlink. When you follow that hyperlink, it is going to take you to a Genially website. So what I would like for you to do is whatever you are supposed to be the expert of, choose that tool and open that link. Now don't look at it yet. I know it's tempting. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. And what I want you to do is to hover over these hot spots and learn about your tool. Because if you're going to be an expert, you need to know as much as you can about it. And then I want you to record some of this information in your digital notebook. You are not talking to anyone at your table right now. This is you and your computer. Okay, are there any questions? You have 2 minutes. And begin. I don't have any Jeopardy music playing. I do apologize. I know. Make a copy of the notebook? It's okay. Exactly. You're going to hear that 28 times. I know this might sound silly, but I might change these timers out to have just a little bit of music. Not crazy music, but make a note. Happy music. Time is up. I'm making a note right now. Change the timer. Add music. We will fix that. Yes. So, yeah, because if not, you don't want students exiting because they think it's a fire drill either. That would be terrible. Okay. So I'm giving you just a couple of minutes. Your 2-minute timer is up. I'm give you I say a couple of minutes, give you 30 seconds to wrap up those thoughts and to type in some of this information. So the recommendation would definitely be, if you have time, to go to all of these interactive images and kind of look and see. But this is some of the maintenance things. What I would like for every group to do is to take a minute, and I would like for our ruler experts at every table to share the care and maintenance tips that they thought were of the utmost importance with their teammates. So take 30 seconds and do that real quick. Go. They should be, yeah, they should be flat. Yeah, that one's not. I'd let Robin know that too. Warped because they're so thin. That's right. All right, if you will, record some of those results in your student digital notebook. All right, now I'm going to ask for the tape measure expert next to go ahead and share what you learned about the tape measure. If you will, go ahead and record some of your tape measure, maintenance, and care in your digital notebook. So as they are sharing, if you will, you can record 1 or 2 tips of maintenance or care. It's up to you. Right, and now we're going to move on to our dial caliper. So if you guys will, the dial caliper experts, go ahead and share with your team. Ma'am? Go ahead and take a minute to record these things in your digital notebook. Sure. Okay. As it quiets down, it sounds like you guys have shared information. We are going fairly quick through this. So if you're thinking there's no way my students are going to be able to have as much time as like they need, please understand this is the only activity they are doing. As soon as you have finished this activity, you are collecting these items and it is the end of the day. So there's nothing else to do except talk about these tools and view this card or this interactive image online. So even though you might feel a little rushed right now, it is because we are being conscious of our time. But what we are going to do is I am going to ask Mr. Earl and Jeff if they will to come up, or they want to tag team, however they want to do that, because they are the precision instrument care, maintenance, and storage experts. So why not have them in the room to explain some of those expectations? Something else that just was mentioned, by the way, is that the steel rulers that you guys are seeing, some of them are slightly warped. That is something that we were already made aware of whenever they were being placed into the foam. Like for instance, if you lie them down on the table, they might appear to be a little bowed. That is something that we're aware of and working on, but we wanted to just let you know, don't bend them back or anything. That is something that we will address. Okay, give us just a second to sanitize these mics and pass them on. Oh, thank you. It is number 2.
We got sound.
Here's this.
Thank
For one
you.
of guys.
Okay. So just a couple of things to mention, and one under current coronavirus for sanitation of the tools. That's going to come up. We work with Starrett, who is our precision measuring partner, and also with our internal department. So when you clean the instruments, anything with a metal face, the tape measure, the steel rule especially, and especially the calipers, use a non-water-based wipe, like an alcohol wipe, and just lightly rub it down. Don't like scrub into it, because there's a chance on the facing that you could take some of the material off. So just wipe it down, and then I know you're going to get into it just a little bit more, but on your tables there's a rim oil wipe. So just before it goes back into the box, anything, a tool oil wipe. Starrett even has what's called M1, and they're working on a wipe, an M1 wipe. But you can get these just about anywhere, and just lightly wipe it down. And what I would also suggest, so you don't have to continually go through these, is put it back in the bag, and if you have like a little plastic bag, just put it in a plastic bag and seal it off just so it doesn't evaporate, because there is the chance that, or not really evaporate because it's oil, but that it won't get on other materials or, get oil on inside the box, and just put it inside another baggie and seal it up. But the key is an alcohol-based wipe, because we don't want to add moisture to it. If you put a water-based wipe on there, and then wipe it down with rim oil, because that drops of water could be on there and it could pit the instruments. And it really depends a lot. I've been in California, Tennessee, Florida. It really depends on the environment and where you store the instruments, is because if there's any high levels of condensation or salt, especially, yeah, right where you are, right? You really increase the chances of rusting and pitting. And if it gets pitted, it could have an effect on the accuracy of the instrument, especially on the calipers. Okay? Jeff, anything else? Yeah?
To take what Earl said and go just a little further, one of the reasons that we identify these items specifically as instruments creates an understanding, hopefully, with your students that these are they're instruments. They're not throwaways. These are forever tools. What we build it better, and the Alabama Aviation Education Center has done, is to put these products in this kit for you that are professional quality, and there is a difference. That's one of the I guess have-tos in my profession that we communicate to our end users. So as your students are using these, there is a difference in the products that they're having in their hands while you're training them, as opposed to the ones that they would pick up, quite frankly, at a big box store or a retail outlet. They're built, they're designed for professionals. So you can create some, there's a little more care given when you have something in your hand that has value that way. When you're storing your calipers, there are some specifics. We do want to clean them before we put them up. At the top, the little set screw here, you always want to make sure it's loose. Why would you want to do that? Don't store this with it locked in place, because it is metal. Heat, cool, metal expands and contracts, and it will affect the accuracy of the instrument if it's locked in place and put into storage. And you'll even notice when you take a look at the box, when we drop these in, they wiggle ever so slightly in this silhouette. And that's by design, because we don't want to squeeze these and have them in a position where they can't move. It will affect the accuracy of an instrument that's designed to be used as it's designed to be used.
Yep. Okay. So 2 other points. That is critical. I know you'll cover more of that when you get into it. And the rule or the ruler, and I know you'll clarify that in a bit, is to be used specifically for that. I was an educator. I was in the classroom for 21 years between secondary and post-secondary students. And it's surprising what a rule or a ruler can be used for if you don't teach them the proper ways to use a ruler. The other thing on a tape measure, 2 things really quick, and I know that the team will point it out. What you'll notice differently on these, most tape measures from the big box stores, again, this is a professional grade tape measure, is that you extend the tape and then you lock it correctly, right? That's typically the way. Well, we know that's a step you're going to do, so why waste that time? I'm just going to hold it right in the middle. So when I extend it, it automatically locks. Okay? So those are key features when we're looking at a professional grade item as compared to big box store stuff. Some of the things we do a little bit different. And this happens all the time unless you address students immediately. I know that the team will get into this little wiggle on the end and why that does that. I'm not going to steal that thunder. But what I am going to say, you're going to have your students. What's the first thing you think they're going to do? Push that button and that tape's going to go right back in there. Don't let them do that. Because you want to address it right up front, is take your free hand and put a little bit of a squeeze right here, and then push the button and guide it back in. Because there's a reason this is loose on the end, and I know the team's going to cover it, but repeatedly, if you think they just push that button and let it shoot back into the housing of the tape, that's going to have an impact on the accuracy here. Okay? Now, I'll just say this. It moves 1/8 of an inch. How many times do we have to be off an inch? 8 times. Okay? So if you affect that accuracy over time, you can affect the overall project because you'll be off dimensionally, as it's called stack tolerances. You'll affect that time over time over time. So make sure you address it to them right off. Hold your fingers right there and control the speed of that tape as it enters the housing. Don't just let them push the button. Okay? And then wipe it down, put it back in the box, and get ready for the next class. Okay? Any questions? Those are. Well, if it gets dirty or gets mud or any of that, because we don't want that to go in the housing. But no, not as far as the sensitive, because this does have a coating on it, so it won't. Now, if the coating's scraped off, it could take a chance and rust. But other than that, that's a great question. And you're going to talk about all the features, the stuff that's on the tape. Okay. All the cool stuff that's on there, yeah. Okay. All right. Questions, comments, concerns? Yes. Yep.
Are there two different white films? So you have the alcohol-based white and then the tool oil?
Yes, alcohol. And the only reason we add that is because of current corona concerns. Prior, it was really, it's 10 months now that we've been under this umbrella with corona, but prior to that, it was just the rim whites or M1 oil or some type of an oil to coat it. Current corona is alcohol first, alcohol-based white first, and then the rim oil or M1 oil or tool oil. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back.
Okay, so let's go ahead and keep rocking and rolling. This is actually the end. Here you are, Miss Robin, for whenever it's time. This is the end of this kit. Really ahead of myself. This is the end of this lesson. Take some time whenever you do have a chance and go through and look at these. We will refer back to the maintenance and the storage and the care that's necessary to go into these instruments. But as you guys know, we do live in one of the most humid areas in the nation. So you do want to make sure that you are taking care of that and wiping those down regularly. I think Miss Robin is going to share the case. Are you going to share the case real quick or no? The caliper? So you guys will be, obviously you don't have the cart this time around. Instead, you guys will be working out of these boxes. So Miss Robin wanted to take a second and show you what your casing looks like.
So when you get your kit, I just wanted to bring to your attention, this is what your calipers are going to be packed in. So it's going to be very, very important to put those back in. And so, Earl, they don't need to put them back in the plastic or anything, right? They can just put them back into the foam? Okay, but this is how they're going to come to you. So I just want to show you this is going to be their protective case, and make sure the students know to put it back into here. Okay, your rulers will just be in a white box in a plastic sleeve. Is that correct, Kelly? There's a plastic sleeve on the ruler.
Yes.
Okay, and there's a box for your measuring tape as well.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to move on to our next lesson. This is where that lesson actually concludes. And Earl did just kind of give you a little bit of foresight into what is going to be talking about. That whole cumulative error, we are going to be addressing that and talking about how that can impact a very large measurement. For instance, if you are building a bridge is one of the examples that is listed. So we will have an opportunity to talk to students about that. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next lesson, lesson 2, the ruler is mightier than the sword. This is also a great time to point out that it is not a sword. I'm sure none of you have that issue. But it was my experience that I started off by the same speech every year because I had the wooden rulers. And there are also a couple, that is another thing, that it says plastic or wooden rulers, I believe, in your instructor's manual. That is also going to be addressed because they are all going to be plastic rulers. But my typical speech was, this is not a sword and it is not a helicopter. Do not stick it on your pencil and see how fast you can get it spinning around. So anyway, so I'm sure none of you, like I said, have ever had any of those issues. All right, so what is the importance of measurement? That's right, that's exactly it. Our key terms, we're really going to focus on those, are biomeasurement, accuracy, and precision. So biomeasurement might be a brand new word to you. It is, or I'll be surprised if it's not, we coined this word because we needed a way to talk about how to measure things using that you literally have on hand. We'll explain that momentarily, but we coined the word biomeasurement, so if you Google it, you will not find a definition. It will say that you were crazy. But anyway, and then we're going to talk about accuracy and precision. You will be working in a classroom. You would be working in teams of 2, so that gives you a little heads up. Today, you're actually going to be working individually. This is one of these COVID exceptions that you do have enough supplies that if you want this to be an individual project, then you can do so. There are also remote learning strategies that go along this, so this is easy for students to do if they are doing this at home. And let's go ahead and get into it. All right, so the Wright brothers. The first Wright brothers video is by far the longest Wright brothers video, but you will see that they are going to show up in kits 1, 2, and 3. In kits 2 and 3, these are just very short videos. They last about 1.5 to 2 minutes, so we're going to take a minute and listen to the Wright brothers.
We did it!
We did it!
I didn't think a 1903 flight would be possible after the elevator dipped into the sand dune on Monday, but we fixed it.
We fixed it.
We fixed it and you took her sailing this morning. I can see the headlines now. December 17th, 1903 at 10:35 a.m. Winds at a steady 24 miles per hour and a brisk 42 degrees Fahrenheit. Orville Wright has flown.
Orville Wright did fly twice, but so did you. And your last flight was amazing. You flew 852 feet for 59 seconds.
You know what? I think it was the additional 4 inches on the right wing to compensate for the engine.
Was it the 4 inches on the wing, or was it the additional inch on the link?
It was all of it. I'll call the newspaper.
No. We can't contact the newspaper.
Why not?
Number one, we have no 1903 flyer. That 24 mile per hour wind you just saw in your headlines destroyed it. You were lucky the gust took place after you successfully landed. And number two, we need to perfect the design. I think that we should apply for a patent, but then surprise the world with a public demonstration of humans in flight.
We also need to run more tests in the wind tunnel. I think the angle on the wings might need adjustment.
The devil's in the details, Wilbur. We have an accurate and efficient design, but we need to fine-tune those details. It's the precision that will make human flight advance to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes in the air.
Think of the ground we could cover. Well, can we at least send Dad a telegram?
Yes, let's send him a telegram and tell him that we'll be home in time for Christmas.
All right, so that's a fun video to share with your students, but we want students to understand because they're just coming out of Kit 1, right? They've just built that Wright Brothers flyer. It's fresh in their mind. Why do we care so much about all of these little details? Why do we care about 1/8 of an inch if we retract the tape measure too soon? This is the opportunity to tell students that depending on what you are doing, right, depends on what type of instrument you need. But in aviation, it is incredibly important to pay attention to the details. And some of those details that they said are, definitely definitely true facts. One of the wings were 4 inches longer on one side than it was on the other. The length they added an extra inch to. So the devil is in the details. It's all about those little precision pieces. And if they're going to be inventors, theoretically, they'd be applying for patents. And in a patent, you have to have those details. So these are things to really emphasize to students, kind of tying it back into you are in a center of invention and innovation. So that is why we care so much about the details. Okay? So that kind of sets you up for success. Then you're going to get straight into the origins of measurement. The very first thing we're going to talk about is, okay, so how did people measure thousands of years ago? Right? Because these are really nice instruments. And I guarantee you they didn't have them, right, when Plato was walking around. So how did they measure? What did they use? And so they literally just used, right, what they had on hand or their hand, right? They used literally different things to actually make measurements. So at this point, you're going to introduce the idea of biomeasurement, where the width of your thumb represents an inch. Not this way, but this way, right? We tried to help you see that. But anyway, but it's the actual width of the thumb that is an inch. Or you could have something that's called a cubit, right? It eventually kind of adapted to the wrist, to the elbow being a foot, or your foot being a foot, right? Meaning 12 inches. You have something else called handspan. And when I teach handspan, I actually don't teach it with my hands wide open because sometimes I've noticed when students do that, they'll put their hands close together. And so I think more along the lines of hang loose. Yeah? And so this is a hand span length. And that's something that you might even want to tell your students that this is considered a hand span because they'll be using this in several of their activities. And then the last thing that was considered a yard was from the tip of the fingertips to the nose. And actually, King Henry, and we will get into that momentarily, made a decree that the official yard was from the tip of his thumb to his nose. So we'll talk about that a little bit, and you're going to practice biomeasurement shortly. But these are the early ways of measurement. So when they didn't have rulers and tape measures and calipers, they used what they did have on hand, and we're defining that as biomeasurement, where you're using things that are found in nature, but specifically the parts of your body, your hands, your feet. You can even go through and talk about where you're going from fingertip to fingertip, lots of different measurements. Okay, so now we are going to have our first hammer it out activity. So the jute twine, I just realized, Miss Robin, I skipped right past your introduction of lesson 2. I am so sorry. You didn't get to do it. I was ready to go. I just kept on going. I know, I'm making up time. I'm going for it. So, do we have jute twine set out?
We have it all ready. So if you give us just a second, since we got skipped, it's fine. Kelly and I have everything ready to hand out. And Kelly's going to give you the twine. I'm going to give you some tape. How's that?
We have the best people on staff here. So easy to work with. One of the girls earlier from here at Flightworks Alabama actually fixed some of my technical difficulties. I'm so thankful for such a good, capable staff. So for those of you that are watching online, we are passing out a 36-inch piece of twine. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the full 36 inches, as long as you are consistently giving every group the same. We started off with 36 inches, and this is something that we would like feedback on. We would like to know, is this too much? Is this not enough? Because you are going to be measuring with this string, or you're actually going to be measuring this string. If you had students at home, then they could choose an item to measure. They don't have to have the string, so this is not a pickup necessary. This is something that you could say, go find a chair, go find a door, the width of the door, whatever the case is. Give them an item that they would have at home, and then tell them that they are going to use biomeasurement and record their measures. So if you will, look at your digital notebook, and you're going to turn to page 5. And you will see where you have this table that says what is my measurement value and what is my partner's measurement value. So if they're working in groups of 2, they can take turns doing this. But like we said, because of COVID, you do have enough material. So if you want to make this an individual project, feel free. But what you're going to do is you're going to record your measurement value using the biomeasurement. It is recommended, we've given you painter's tape on your table. When you're doing this, especially if you're doing this by yourself, you want to pull the string taut, right? In other words, you want to make sure that it's not so tight that it's about to, rip off, but you want to make sure that it's kind of pulled to where it's taut and you can make a good measurement. But you are measuring from one end of the string to the other. It's important that everybody has the same length of string when you are cutting this, but it does not necessarily have to be 36 inches. This is where we started. And like I said, we're looking for your feedback. Now, once you try to measure this, for instance, with your foot, if you have this taped down on the table, please do not hike your leg up onto the table. Feel free to move the string. It's just painter's tape. It's not permanent, right? So you feel free to move it to the ground if you would like, or even when you do, from the tip of your nose to your fingertips, feel free to untape that as needed. So the tape is temporary. Use it as you choose, okay? All right, so you are going to measure and record the length of twine beginning with, I'm going to lead you guys through this, thumb widths. So tape your tape down, and from end of string to end of string, remember a thumb width is from left to right of your thumb. Do not turn it this way. This is not a thumb width, right? I don't know if I'm doing a great job of explaining that. I'm going to show one more time. Have nothing to show. If I'm looking, Miss Angela, can you hold up a string real quick for me? When you were measuring this, let me reiterate. I'm going to have some assistants here. Yes, I have a Vanna White. When you were doing this, it is not this way. Okay, so your thumb width is to be meant to be held this way. So you're going left and right, continuing on, all the way down, not this way. Okay, so that is in the diagram. But I'm just making sure that you understand, look at the diagram, it is the width of your thumb. So your thumb is actually perpendicular to the string. They did a great job of over-explaining that. Yes, ma'am, I'm gonna move. Jeff is gonna answer. Okay, great.
Well, you want him to answer it. Answer what? This question.
You're gonna teach how to measure. You have to teach zero mark first.
Yes, we do that in. On this table right here, so YouTube will be watching you guys. All right, once you've finished your thumb widths, then you're going to go to hand spans. It'll start picking up pace shortly. Okay, real quick, I'm going to address something online. It seems that there's a lot of questions about whether or not the metric system is going to be used. It is introduced. It's not introduced quite yet. So we do discuss it, but it is not in this lesson because right now we are starting with the history of measurement, meaning we haven't even talked about inches yet. Well, other than with the width of the thumb, I did make that reference. But really what we're discussing is the number of thumb widths, the number of hand spans, and then we're going to tie that to what that means in the standard and metric systems. So we are going to be discussing the difference of those two systems, but I wanted to make you aware that that is in the next lessons. Something else that was brought up just now is that the yard, whenever you're measuring from the tip of the nose to the fingertip, this is an Egyptian profile picture, but you are actually facing forward and you're holding this out to the side. So just so you know, that is a great point. You want to make sure, and it might be a little longer or a little shorter.
Some of you online also asked the question inside the gray case that the calipers come in. There's a plastic bag, and you could not hear Jeff and Earl's response of whether or not you have to store them back. They said it's either way, it's your choice, that you can put them back in the plastic bag or you can put the caliper directly into the foam and store it that way, that either is appropriate. So we will leave that up to you.
Hey, Melanie, if you will, come on up, and I'm going to get you to come get your 3D print. One of you ladies want to come up and start the next print? Okay, guys, so it looks like most everyone has finished with the biomeasurement. And for those that are in the room, you might not have heard this. There was a lot of questions. I slipped up and I did say that the width of your thumb is about 1 inch. And I was spending so much time, I told Robin, I think I taught that, way over taught that and overemphasized it. I should have never used the terminology inch, because then there were all kinds of questions about metric, and wait, you're talking about standard, not metric, and all of those statements. Right now, we are taking the students through the progression of measurement. So it's not necessary, it's more important to emphasize what a thumb width is, but not necessarily tie it to a current measurement, because we're not there yet, right? This is how measurement began. But this is what we want students to understand. As you get into this, what about the precision? When you are looking at this, and the reason why we had the students working in teams of 2 is you've recorded this information now, and I'm going to ask for some of your feedback. When you had the thumb widths, and you measured your string with a number of thumb widths, I'm going to point to you, and I would like for you to tell me how many thumb widths long your string was, okay? All right, so let's just see. Kurt, I'm going to start with you. Yeah, this is, and if you didn't get to it, you can just say pass. That's fine. 50? 54 and a half? 47? 49? 48 and a half? 40 and a half, 44, 48, 61, 53, 44, 53, 56. Miss Barbara? How many? 44, 53, 44. In the back? No, yeah, okay, that's cool. Okay, so the statement for those who are online, yeah, we pass. All right, so cool. All right, so now, do you understand why this is not an ideal type of measurement? If you all have the same string, did you all get the same answer? No. So it comes up that you have an inconsistent type of measurement. So wouldn't it be great if we had one standard form of measurement that we all stuck with? Do you see now how this progresses? So then you're talking about precision and accuracy. But before we get caught up in that, we want to take a minute to define these terms. Now, in the teacher background that you guys will hopefully get the opportunity to read, it will give you 2 definitions of precision. The reason why we're explaining this to you is because sometimes it's really easy to get this confused or blurred. So you want to make sure that you know, right, what you're talking about before you say anything in front of your students. I had the opportunity to teach physics, and this is something that my students struggled with a lot. What is the difference between precision and accuracy? So I'm going to take a minute, and feel free to take notes. You've got Post-it notes in front of you. You can use those, of course, for your own sake, and stick them all in your instructor's manual. But with precision, you can look at it in 2 different ways. When I think precision, a lot of times I think detailed, right? How precise is something? That is if I'm looking at a singular measurement. So I could go down to a 10,000th place, and that's incredibly precise. But if I'm using this as a comparison, if I am comparing multiple measurements, then precision has another definition or a second definition. It means how close are the measurements to each other. So when we're teaching this to your students, we start out by explaining precision as a comparison from one measurement to another. Okay? Now, just because something is precise does not mean that it's accurate. When I say that, I'm going to take, for instance, Johnny. We'll just use Johnny that is in your classroom, and he has taken, maybe he's taken a math test multiple times, and every time he takes it, he makes a 72. And he is consistent, right? He's 72. Maybe on occasion he gets a 71. On a good day, he gets a 73. But he is consistently, right, in that 70 range, right there in those low 70s. That would be what we would be considered a precise measurement. He is consistently making the same score. Now, is that accurate? No. Accuracy means that I've got a perfect goal in mind, right? Accuracy is 100%. He's only 72% accurate, right? The goal is to be both precise and accurate. That is our goal. We always want to be both precise and accurate. But you can be precise and have multiple measurements that are close to one another and not be accurate. I say that slowly because that is a weird concept. Are there questions on that? Kelly, I know that there's a little bit of a delay, but let me know if there are any questions online. You really want to drive that home with the students and the fact that there are two different definitions of precision. I just want to make you guys aware of that. Once you've done this and you've talked to your students about precision and accuracy, then you're done for the day, right? You've finished your lesson for that day. The goal of measurement, you drive this home, is to be both precise and accurate. You talk about what kind of results you can get when you are both precise and accurate, right? You get great results. The next day, you really drive home the idea of precision and accuracy. Now, if I have this target on the screen, and you can see that there have been these X's, we're going to say represent marks on the screen. Or sorry, on the target. There are 4 marks on this target. Would you consider these marks close together or far apart? Close? Oh, there's nothing there. Robin's doing her magic. Sorry about that for you guys online. Now you can see on the screen that you've got 4 marks, and we would say that these are relatively close together. Would you call these precise if you were comparing one to another? Yes, I think that you could argue that these are precise. Are these marks accurate? Not if your goal is the bullseye, right? So this is another opportunity at the very beginning of the next day to drive home that statement. You can be precise and not be accurate, but our goal is what? We want precision and accuracy. Okay, so you can go through your toolbox meeting here, your key terms. We're going to talk about tolerance today. I love that this is a key term. It is what you can use this in so many scenarios, and we have. We refer back to tolerance multiple times, and you can even take a moment to talk about what you will and will not tolerate. It is great. It is a perfect opportunity and a beautiful key term. For your teamwork guidelines, these students will be working in teams of 2. Today, you guys are actually going to be working in teams of 3, so that way you don't have to move. And then, of course, our 2 tables that only have 2 individuals, you will get to see what it's like firsthand. Discuss this bell ringer question with your students. And then we're going to do some more of these. So we've said this is what it's like to be precise, right? But not accurate. Let's see if we can get some volunteers here. Ms. Kelly, do you still have some of that chocolate? We can pass some of that out for the correct answers. Somebody please describe what these marks are. Raise your hand. You must raise your hand. Miss Angela. They are both accurate and precise. We know that they are accurate. Why, Miss Angela? Because they are in the bullseye, and we know they are precise because? That's right. They are close to one another. It's not the exact same, but it's pretty close. All right, what about this next option? Somebody please describe this. Miss Barbara. Okay, can you, I am so sorry for our online people. I just realized that they cannot hear these responses. So let me back up real quick. Miss Angela's response was that this is an accurate and precise example. It is accurate because it has hit the bullseye. It is precise because they are fairly close together. The next response was from Miss Barbara, and her response is that they were neither accurate nor precise, and she was in the middle of explaining when I rudely interrupted. So go ahead, Miss Barbara. Why is it neither accurate or precise?
It's not accurate and that none of them are on the bullseye. It's not precise and that they are all in different areas of the
Exactly. So her response was nothing is inside of the bullseye, therefore it is not accurate, and they are all spread out across the target, so it is not precise. All right, moving on. Now, this one's a little tricky. By the way, I should have mentioned this. These are in your students' digital notebooks. They are following along with you, answering this. Yes, it is precise. No, it is not. Can I get a volunteer to explain these marks? What about our archery coach? Oh, man. Yeah, let me wipe it down, and then we can pass it around a little bit. He's like, why did you put me on the spot? It's number 1, Robin, if you want to do that. 1 call. That's right. I'll teach you the other way. I did the hard one.
Okay. It clearly it's not precise because you have 4 different impact points, but there's only one that's accurate. So I would say it's 25% accurate.
He gave me a percentage. That is correct. You only have 1 mark here that is accurate, but the remaining marks are not. So yeah, you want your students, let them struggle a little bit. Let them sweat over some of these details. You are correct. None of these are precise, and only 1 mark is accurate. That's really what you want them to take away. 1 of the 4 marks are accurate. The other 3 are not. And if they give you a percentage, give them a bonus point. Okay. Oh, his answer was accurate, and they've all been precise. I'm very impressed. That's right. Okay, so now we're going to take a second, and you are going to have another activity because I jumped ahead of Miss Robin earlier. She didn't get a chance to pass out these targets, so I'm going to give her a second to do that. But you guys are obviously experts on this. It appears, obviously, right? So now we're going to let you drop. Right, we're going to let you aim for a target, but not in that way. We're going to let you drop a marker. And you're going to be using handspan lengths. So everybody remembers what the handspan length is, correct? Okay, so we're going to give you a marker and a target. I'm going to let them get this passed out before I continue on. That's correct, 1 per table. I'm going to give you some instructions in just a second so you don't have to try to go on your own. I will help you out. For those of you that are watching online, when you do receive your packets, Miss Robin and Miss Kelly, I do believe, included copies of these targets for you. Yes. Okay. Hang on just a second. She's going to talk more about that. Here you go. You got yours?
Yeah, so in the, when you open your kits, in that plastic folder, there's copies of these in there, and there's enough for your whole class to do this in the groups. So this, we alleviated you running down the hall to the copy machine. You have copies of these in there for you, and we've given you markers. So again, this is all inclusive. You don't have to worry about anything for this activity.
That's right. Okay, so what you guys are going to do, the goal here is to drop a marker from different heights and try to hit the bullseye each time. Okay, so your goal, of course, is to hit the bullseye if you're not an archery person, and I am sad to say that I am not. I do think it's a cool sport, but I have never attempted playing. But you're going to hit this red dot. That is your goal, is to go through and actually hit the bullseye, and you're going to drop it from a series of handspans. But you need to decide at your table who is going to be the standard, right? Because you all have different handspan lengths. So go ahead and real quick designate which of you is going to be the handspan standard. There's not a wrong answer. There's not a wrong answer. You just need to decide. All right. The next item that you're going to do is you're going to take turns, and you are going to drop the marker from different handspan heights. So what I would do is I'd have whoever my standard was, I'd have them measure 1 handspan length, and then we would take turns dropping it from this height, right? So she's got to try to aim it, go up a little bit, and go up to the tip of my thumb. And then what I would do is I would move my thumb. She's trying to drop it. She'd drop it. And then we'd make a mark that this is Miss Robin. Because we need to keep score, right? It's a competition. All right, so then you continue on, and it's got to be the same person. It's got to be the same person. So hold that, and I've got to do 2 handspans. All right, and now she's going to drop it from 2 handspans. Oh, right outside of the bullseye. For those of you that are watching online, and for those of you that are in the room, you can see that she's pretty close, right? And then you're going to continue at 3 handspans. And drop. She's focused. She's focused. So the goal is obviously to hit the target. If you're doing this in your classroom and you're uncomfortable with the students doing this on top of their desk, of course you can move it to the floor. That's up to you, or put extra paper behind it or whatnot. But the goal for the students is to try to hit the target. So what we're going to do is everyone at your table is now going to do this activity. And if you want, you can even mark like this is Robin's first attempt, this is Robin's second attempt, and her third attempt, so you can kind of see where it lands. But we're going to give you guys a few minutes to do this and see if you can hit the bullseye.
Can you hand out some of the wipes at all the tables, please? And Kelly's going to bring around wipes for the marker, please.
Miss Barbara, I'm going to be using your table. Miss Barbara, Miss Bonnie, and Ben, I'm going to be using y'all's table as the YouTube focus. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let you finish up this activity, but I'm going to give you just a little bit of a 30-second warning. They'll help hold your marker and then pass it to you. All right, just a few seconds to finish up. Okay, we're going to pass those out in just a second, but I don't think I'm going to get them to do the block on this. I'm just going to explain. Okay, we're getting ready now to talk about, now this is target number 1. But of course, the students are going to have a blast with this. I think that as I was walking around, I was very impressed with some, and even Miss Robin was talking about how great of a job you guys were doing. So that's a fun activity, right? So this is a great opportunity for them to then have a very intentional discussion about precision and accuracy. The key is if you can ever get the kids talking about it, you've won, right? Because then if they are using the vocabulary, then they are claiming ownership of that vocabulary, and that is priceless. But what we're going to do is now, Miss Robin's going to pass out target number 2. Now, we're not going to do this activity again. You would want to do this in your classroom. But I want you to look at the second target, and then we're going to discuss it. For those of you that are online, there are listed targets numbers 1 and 2, and you can click on those hyperlinks. I do believe we have hyperlinks available on this lesson for what these targets look like. I'm going to make a real quick check. Yep. There are hyperlinks, so if you needed additional copies, and it was also suggested during this activity that maybe to consider this as a laminated option. So we're going to put that down for discussion and see if we can possibly make that happen for the actual program. But what do you notice about target number 2? Whew. Whew. Exactly. So there's something really interesting, and this allows us to talk about tolerance. Because if you look at this first bullseye activity, it was fun, right? And you got to see how good you were, and you got 3 different chances. But whenever you get to the next target, it's like the standard has been raised. That is a very intentional statement to say. The standard has been raised because the second target will not tolerate the same amount of error that the first target would tolerate. Now, all of you are like, yeah, that's going to go right over their heads. But let's try to see if we can make some of it stick. Talk to them because you know that there are certain things that your parents would tolerate and certain things that they would not, right? And so what if we increased the tolerance level? We're going to refer to this multiple times. Right now, we're just kind of throwing that term out there and talking to them about tolerance and the fact that this means it's harder, right? This is more difficult, more challenging. Why would we increase a standard? Why would we require something to be even more perfect? And this is really setting them up because we're going to start talking about products. And I'm giving you the insight of whenever we talk about when a product is done at the very end, right, how do we know if it's a good product or not? And I will refer to this example multiple times. Who checks the tongues in the Nike tennis shoe, right? That's somebody's job. They have to pull a sample off. They have to check the thickness of the sole. They check the tongue and they check the cushion. They go through all of these tests. What is considered perfect enough? Because if I try to develop the most perfect shoe, the amount of effort that goes in that will require the price to shoot up, right? So there's got to be a certain level of acceptable imperfection, which is called tolerance. So this is setting them up to see that it doesn't always have to be completely perfect. Perfect, in this case, would be the dead center of the bullseye, right? But this bullseye tolerates a certain amount of imperfection. So it's having that conversation with them and helping them see that this is something we're going to refer back to. And this is a memorable activity, so it should be something that they can recall fairly quickly. Okay, from this point, we move into talking about the history of measurement and kind of where this is going. So for the conversation about, well, what about all of the different types of measurement? This is just a real quick, we see a gray slide. Gray slide means timeline. It's okay, do real quick, short timelines, and then it's going to end with a video, right? So we're going to go through this real quick and just kind of talk about the history of measurement. So we have the biomeasurement, and all of these details are written in your instructor's manual. But we have our biomeasurement, the foot, right, the hand span, and then we have King Henry here who attempted to create a standard because it became very obvious going back to the thumb widths that it was not very precise from person to person. So he tried to create a standard. But it would be a real pain every time you needed to measure a yard of something to have to take it to the king, right? So what if this was more readily available? And as the measurement systems were developed, then we ended up with two systems of measurement. One you're very familiar with, right? The English measurement units, or the standard units as some refer to them as. And we're only going to be talking about the length, the inch, feet, yard, and miles. When we get to the other system of measurement, and we'll talk, there's going to be a video at the end, and it's going to show which countries use the metric system and which ones use the standard, right? It's kind of humorous to us because, of course, we measure in inches, but most of the world does not. So this is a good opportunity to talk about these two systems of measurement. And then, just on time, we have this video. Miss Robin, do we have time to show this video real quick, you think? Okay, all right. Okay, so that's an exciting little video, right? It's hard not to bounce around with that. And this is, once again, kind of giving students, I know that it has been, once again, my experience, you tell a student something one time, and I really want them to just take it and memorize it forever, but typically I see that I have to repeat myself, right? So this is kind of introducing some of the things, or reminding them of some of the things that we have discussed, but also it's talking a little bit about like the features of a tape measure. It's coming. It's exciting because it's coming. That is in the next lesson. But we want students to kind of just get that moment, because they'll probably pay attention, hopefully, and get some of these details out of this video. So let's talk about, real quick, another thing we wanted to discuss was the difference between analog and digital. So one of the things that students think when they think of an analog tool, right, because we're only talking tools, we're not talking frequencies, we're not going into a lot of depth here, we're talking about analog tools, and they think that means an old tool, right? That means something that's really old, and they can even compare it to a clock. That would be a great example, an analog clock, the clock on the hands, how do you know, the second hand and all of those things. It's analog. They think they prefer digital. But let's talk about the fact that the instruments that are on your tables are also considered analog tools. But these are cutting edge, at the cusp of technology instruments, right? They are incredible analog tools, and they work alongside digital tools. As you get into some of this content with machinists, you will see that there are machinists that prefer a dial caliper or a vernier micrometer or whatever the case is, as opposed to a digital one. One of the reasons is because of the amount of precision. If I look at a digital tool, I can only go out so many decimal places, right? So with a vernier micrometer, I can go out multiple decimal places. So the screen, in some cases, limits me. And the question might be, well then, in what instance would someone need that type of precision? And so you can even point out, and this is in your instructor's manual, I've kind of abandoned that today, but the aviation world will measure down to 5/10,000ths of an inch. So that's 3 zeros and a 5, right? So that's their tolerance level. And we'll come back and talk about that. But it has to be within 5/10,000ths of an inch or 1/1000th of a millimeter, right? So those are the kind of the measurements that you're dealing with. It all is depending on what you're building and how precise you need to be, right? How far off you can be. Even you can compare this to the medical field. If I am a pharmacist and I am creating a pill or a capsule, then those measurements have to be very precise, right? It depends on what quantities I'm dealing with. So they complement one another. Pulling this back to aviation, this is actually a picture of a fuselage that's being assembled. And this is from Germany. And you can see that these robotic arms are actually putting this together. And the amount of precision that is required is absolutely amazing. But this isn't just a digital tool. It is a digital being complemented by analog tools, being checked behind with that analog instrument to make sure that they're reading accurately. So they work together, they're not independent of one another. Then after you can talk about how manufacturers are, advancing with these technologies, look for the robotic arm in this next video. So after watching this video, I've not looked at a wrench the same way. I'm just going to be honest. Miss Robin, you might want to change that back to a speaker view. I just happened to think about that. So we really wanted to save that video for Kit 4, but we were like, it's so good, and it's talking about, I don't even know. I thought I knew where they were. They're not in here. I'm crazy. Don't we have wrenches in here? Oh, I missed them. So many options. But anyway, so I really wanted to save this for whenever we actually did discuss Kit 4 and have the video, so they'd be like, wow. Like as you look at the wrench, you're like, I didn't realize how much effort went into it. But the fact of the amount of precision that has to go into what if one is slightly off, right? What if it doesn't sit just right? What if the robotic arm, what if they have technical difficulties, right? What happens then? So it's just such a great opportunity for you to talk to students about the fact that even in manufacturing, something that they might not see as technical, right? You don't really look at a wrench and think, oh, a lot of technology went into this until you see that video. And you're like, wow, it's really impressive. So this kind of sums up the precision and accuracy. And we will go into lesson 3 after your break, right? So take a 10-minute break, and I will put a timer up for those at home or online so they can kind of keep up whenever we will touch base back with you. Remember, there is coffee and donuts. I don't know if there's any left, but that is in the cafe area, and the restrooms are located right down the hallway.
All right, I was going to take over for Sarah, and she just came in, and she carried another bag of candy. Look at that. Okay. All right, so we're going to look at the materials in Kit 3. So Kit 3 now is going to be called Inch by Inch. And so we're going to be looking back and taking a greater dive into the tools. So I'm going to come around with the help of Kelly, and you're going to get a little measuring block, and you're going to get some handouts for this, this lesson. And you have all of your tools still correct. And then we're ready to roll.
Is coming around. I'm going to make a couple of real quick comments. One of those is, wish I could remember. Oh, the instructor's manual. I updated it. So if you look in your instructor's manual in your printed version, in your digital notebook, or if you pulled it up early today, then lesson 3, if I can get there. Here we go. Lesson 3 under the materials. Those materials have, they were not updated to reflect all of the interactive images that we're about to see. So those have been corrected online. In the very first lesson, we will do the same thing for those interactive images that the students had. So that way, for quick review, if you need to access those links or send out those links, we will make sure to get those listed in the materials. But if you look at the Kit 2 Lesson 3 in the instructor's manual online, you will see that it looks a little different, and that is because it has been updated to reflect all of those things.
And one other thing we wanted to bring to your attention, when we're updating these in real time, and if it does shift some of the slide numbers, just know that at night Sarah's going to go home and fix a lot of those, okay, before she goes to sleep, because she wants to make sure that everything is precise
And accurate.
Okay, and accurate. So just know that it's either one slide before or one slide behind, and that we're aware that it does shift some of these numbers, and we'll be making these adjustments.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. One of the statements or suggestions that were made for the remote learning here is students are working in teams of 3, and it's kind of going back to the whole idea that one person from the team is considered the expert. So the expert on the ruler, the expert on the tape measure, or the expert on the caliper. So if you want your students, especially for our schools that are watching online, if you are wanting the students to actually have these instruments in their hands, and you want to send them home to them so they can actually hold, manipulate, and work with these instruments, it does work out for you to give 10 students a ruler, 10 students a tape measure, 10 students a caliper, 8 students, however that works out, and then still set them up in teams of 3 to communicate with one another. However, I know some of you might be like, I'm not sending this caliper home with any child. That has also been considered. And at the end of these lessons, even though the students wouldn't necessarily get the opportunity to hold these instruments, there are videos that explain this is what a caliper does and kind of goes through. So we try to include some links so that way you would be able to tell your students this is something that, you know, if you were here in person you could do, but I can't send it home with you. So I'm going to leave that to your discretion. Be thinking about that as well. If you have other suggestions, and you could put it on a Post-it note, I am going to get you, Amanda, in just a second, but if you do have some other suggestions, I'd love for you to be like, hey, come see me, because sometimes it's easier to discuss these things than it is to say these things. All right, I'm actually going to pass you the mic before we begin. You sure? Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and get into this lesson. I will say this. Breathe in, right? Breathe out. This lesson is, I will say, not a beastly lesson. I don't want to scare you away with that, but this is a 3-day lesson. 1 day is for the ruler, 1 day is for the tape measure, 1 day is for the caliper. Okay, so there's a lot of instruction time. We did try to mix this up a little bit so you're not standing in front of the students however many times a day, right? Up to 5 times a day, because I know that we've got some people here that are doing 4 or 5 classes, saying, this is a caliper. This is what it does, right? Because that gets old really fast. And we're going back to that discovery-based learning. So you will be working in teams of 3 today. And whenever you take this back to your classroom, you will be working in teams of 3 as well. But just kind of thinking about remote learning, that's my note for this slide. I'm going to keep going. Okay, this is a bell ringer question. This is simply to get students thinking about which ruler would I choose for the greatest precision. We are assuming that most students would choose ruler B. But it doesn't necessarily, this is once again not about them being right or being wrong. This is simply about them thinking. We want them to think and we want them to do. So let's start out with thinking. This question in particular is actually revisited at the end of this lesson, and maybe even at the end of day 1 as a reflection question for the students to go back and look at the ruler from a new perspective. So we do introduce it here. Don't spend a lot of time on it, just ask. And let's move on to our toolbox meeting. Okay, so we are going to apply a knowledge of fractions. Oh, there's that word, fractions, right? Gives some students chill bumps just saying it. Anyway, we're going to apply that to a ruler. We are going to learn how to read and use a ruler, making measurements at 1/8 and 1/16 of an inch. Now, if you look at your rulers that you do have, and this might have come up earlier, you might have noticed that those first 3 inches on your steel rule actually measure down to the 32nd of an inch. And we're going to talk about greatest possible error. So if there's any of you that are like, wait a minute, you need to make sure that you can say, technically, you can go down to a 64th of an inch. We are going to discuss on that or talk about that as we go through this first lesson. Our key terms, graduation, greatest possible error, and you will be working in teams of 3 today. And we're practicing something called active listening. I feel like this one could be taught all day, every day at my house. Active listening, you are going to actively listen to one another, and I'm going to be looking for that to see what that means and if you are doing it correctly. If you look in your teacher background, whenever you do go back and read it, there is a little note about active listening and active contributing. We will build this out a little bit more for the actual program. And this is something that you want students to realize, okay, if I make eye contact, then chances are I'm listening, right? If I'm not trying to multitask, then chances are I'm listening, right? Those are things that an active listener would do. And there's a slide on that at the end of this kit, but we're looking at moving that up and discussing that. Another statement that I am going to say, we talk about parallax error in the teacher background. We do not discuss it as a key term in the lesson. And that actually was a really hard move for us. As someone who did teach physics, I was like, we can talk about parallax error, we have so many options, we could talk about all kinds we can talk about conversion units, like I was all about it. And this ended up being like an 18-day lesson, and we were like, we got to cut it back. So some of these things we're just going to mention and we're going to touch on, and we're going to hope that whenever they get to their science classes, that it's the science teacher's job, right, to really talk about those things in great detail. We are just reiterating it and kind of emphasizing it in this class that it's also important here. Okay, so, the last statement, I just passed that real quick, is active contributing. Also, what does it mean to be an active contributor with your students getting into teams? It will be real easy for somebody to say they're not doing anything, right? We want you to be an active contributor. We want you to do your jobs. One of the things that we tried to keep in mind when we were doing these teamwork guidelines is we want everyone to have a job. That is incredibly important for someone who has seen a lot of teamwork happen. If you do not assign roles, then they assign their own roles and you end up with one person, I did all the work. So anyway, so we've tried to assign roles here so that way everyone is supposed to be doing something. And if you're doing your job, then that's considered active contributing. Okay, so you guys have the fraction review sheet, correct? If you will, go ahead and get that paper. It is, Miss Tammy, will you hold that up, or, are you Tammy? Yes. Will you hold that up for everyone to see? This is your fraction review sheet. It's got 4 rectangles going down it. And before we even advance to the next slide, we're going to take a minute and talk to students about fractions. Now, the good news is we're not multiplying and dividing fractions. We're not doing anything incredibly crazy with them, right? We're just kind of recognizing them. So what you would do, and this is a chance for you to have a knowledge check in your classroom. How much do my students know about rulers? As a high school engineering teacher, it was really apparent that it did not matter how many times the students had been taught this. When it came down to measuring 11/32, they struggled every time. So it is something that we are trying to teach now at the middle school level. Let's make sure that we start with that foundation and hopefully make the connections to what they are learning in their math class, so that way they can carry this skill whenever they get to design. So let's take a minute, that very first rectangle, and I'm actually going to jump on and look at this with you. Do it. Oh, you want it? Oh.
I was going to say something.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to my resources. Hang on just a second. Oh. Okay, I'm trying to pull this up. I'm sorry, guys. I should have already had it pulled up. All right, so you have your fraction review, and I just want you to see it on the screen so that way we are all looking at the same thing. Okay, cool. So you have this rectangle, and we start out by just saying draw the rectangle in 2 parts. This is not rocket science. We just want you to take your pen and cut it in half, right, with your pen. You're drawing a line which represents 2 marks. And then I'm going to stop and applaud you. You've done great. You have done phenomenal because you have just made a graduation mark. That's what that's called. It's a graduation mark. You've just split that. You're making moves as a metrologist, and we'll get into that. We'll get into that soon enough, and I'm really proud of you. You've done great. Okay, so then over to the side, we're going to write what the fractional value would represent. How many sections do you have if you've divided it with 1 graduation? You have 2 sections. Now they're considered to be in halves, correct? So we would say the fractional value would be 1/2. Right? We're trying to keep this friendly. We understand that many of you probably did not sign up to teach fractions. So I'm trying to make this as easy for you as possible from someone who did teach math. Okay, so now we're going to divide it into 4 equal parts. Notice up here, we divided this into 2 equal parts, but how many lines did we draw? So if we're dividing this into 4 equal parts, how many lines do we draw? 3. Very good. So you're going to draw 3 graduation marks. They don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be incredibly equally divided, but that's the goal. What's the fractional review or fractional value here? 1/4. Okay, so we see where this is going, correct? You continue on with an 1/8, so they would draw 7 lines. And then, yes, we did put a 16th on there, okay? So they're going to have to draw 15 lines, but we chose these fractions intentionally because they're going to align very nicely with our lesson. Can you switch me back to the lecturing source on the wall panel? Okay, so you go through. Miss Kelly, we're missing one of the fractional review worksheets. You know, they looked everywhere for these earlier. I'm going to take these. Hey, guess what I found? The card sort audit sheets. Alexandria had them. She did it. She did it. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so this aligns really nicely to what we're going to be talking about with rulers. So we want to kind of tell students, all right, you know, this is what we need you to know about fractions. This is not the scary part of fractions. Students get scared whenever they have to start finding common denominators and adding and subtracting, right? That's where it gets really scary. So right now we're just kind of recognizing fractions. So how does this apply to this class? Why do I need to know it? Well, you might recognize the ruler on the screen, right? Or what a ruler is. And we do, I will take a minute to say, we do start out by talking about the English standard system. That was a decision that we did make because we are trying to tie this in with fractions. We do get into tenths, hundredths, and thousandths of an inch. And we talk about how that compares to the metric system. So I do want you to know that we have gone into some considerations of how much to delve into the metric, how much to really emphasize the English standard system. So if you have specific feedback for that, and you kind of, as we go through this, are thinking, I really wish you would put more emphasis on metric, then give us that feedback. We're looking for that, right? We want to know what you're thinking. But right now, we are going to focus on the standard English system. So these lines, which are called, it's a pop quiz, graduation marks, that's right. These lines actually mean something. Each of these are a fraction. And if I look at my bright blue line over here, I've got a 0 and a 1, but do you notice how this 1 is broken down into multiple colors? That's because those lines are different lengths. If you look here at your half-inch mark, right, it's the next longest one, and you can go through these details with the students. But this gives you an opportunity and colors to kind of explain this is what this means. A half-inch, 2/4 of an inch, 4/8 of an inch, it depends on which graduation mark that I am checking, okay? But if I am measuring from 0 to 1 in 1/16 of an inch, that means I'm going to have 15 little graduation marks in between, right? We see the opportunity that we have to kind of make the comparison from what they know about fractions to what they're going to need to know about with their ruler. Okay, I have lots of sticky notes, and I'm not paying attention to any of them. Okay, I know that you guys don't do that. I am trying really hard to make sure that I don't skip anything. Okay, so then this is an opportunity to talk about those graduation marks that we pointed out, and that they are not just on rulers and rules and tape measures, but they're also on graduated cylinders in their science classes, right? On beakers or flasks or those types of scientific equipment. You also see them in the kitchen, right? With your measuring cups. Those lines are incredibly important. Have you ever thought about how wide those lines need to be and the thickness of a graduation mark? I can guarantee you there are people in this room, probably 2 of them, that have thought about that very thing. Okay, so now we're going to get into teams of 3. I'm going to assign your roles to you so you will know what's going on. First off, you have your steel rule expert sitting at the table. That person is responsible for the steel rule. As we go through this, there will be questions that you will need to answer regarding your steel ruler. So you're going to want to talk about that, and I keep bouncing back and forth from the word rule to the word ruler. You're going to see why in just a moment. I promise it is a ruler, and I am trying to make sure that I correct that. We wrote the entire thing with the word rule and then realized that we had to change all the words to rulers. So anyway, we'll talk about that in just a second. But the steel ruler expert, you need to have the ruler in your hand. The second person, that leaves 2 of you at the table, or in some cases, 1 of you at the table. What we need is all 3 roles to be covered. There is an interactive image in your digital notebook. So let's go to your digital notebook, and I am going to go to page 9, and it should look like this. Okay? So on this page, you have this image. This is just an image, just a screenshot, but when you click on this, it'll take you to the link at the bottom, which is an interactive image. So I need 1 person to be responsible for the interactive image. And then we need someone to drive the conversation. That person will be recording things in the digital notebook. So the third person's job, person 1 has the ruler, person 2 has the interactive image, and person 3 will have the questions, right? So that way you don't have to flip back and forth in between. So take 15 seconds and assign these roles at your table. Okay. All right. So now that we have the roles assigned, we're going to take a moment and we are going to go through your steel ruler investigation. Those of you that are in the digital notebook, you are driving this discussion. You are driving this discussion. You want to make sure that all of the questions have been answered. So you can see that there's questions like how many systems of measurement, what is the length of the steel ruler, et cetera, et cetera. So you guys are going, the recorder here is what we're going to call this person, will ask the questions, and then your other two teammates should be able to look at the interactive image or the actual ruler and give you the answers. I'm going to give you a few minutes to go through this activity, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, so I actually was just overhearing a question. You are using the English standard measurement here. The English system, the English measurement system to answer these questions. Give you guys just a couple of minutes to finish this investigation up. It's a great time to wrap it up. Okay, so a couple of things as you are looking at this interactive image. And once again, this might be something that you encourage all of the students to kind of look at, and I do recommend that all of you get the opportunity to look at this. I am going to go over some of these features so that way you are aware of the features of the steel rule. You will be hearing from Earl and Jeff again at the end, and they'll talk to you about some of these different features. But now that we're in the steel ruler investigation, let's look at the difference between a rule and a ruler. So the students have not used this information yet, and let me just use the ruler yet. Let me just take a second to remind you that they have to have these skills. I know this is a painful lesson because you're having to teach these basic foundational skills and talk about fractions, but it's only one lesson. If they can get this down pat, this will benefit them as they move forward. They will be able to design better. They will be able to communicate better. So it is a lesson that feels very elementary, but once again, we want to make sure that all of your students are on the same page with, yes, I can read a ruler. We want them to be able to walk out and say, yes, I do know what a diamond means on the tape measure. Like, we want them to have a set of skills, and that's part of this program, is equipping them with those skills. So there are two different things, and a rule actually it's all about the 0 mark and where that 0 mark is. Students need to identify a 0 mark. And I'm going to let the Snap-on professionals after lunch, because we are going to break for lunch in just a minute, but kind of talk to you about the benefit of a rule over a ruler and the difference between the two in industry. But here, the 0 is all the way along the end mark, right? So as a teacher, I would tell my students that the wooden rulers that we would use, if they were a rule, technically, and that 0 mark was all the way at the end, that it would end up giving me an inaccurate measurement because the wood would end up getting rounded after multiple uses. In industry, it has a little bit of a different meaning, because then I don't have to worry about this empty space, right? If I'm trying to measure a depth or something straight from the end mark all the way over, then I can use that as a steel rule, and they have theirs are steel, not wooden. But anyway, it's a little bit different. So this is a rule. A ruler has a 0 that is inset to a certain mark. Make sure your students recognize the fact that the ruler has a 0 that is inset, and that is incredibly important to make sure that when you're measuring something, you line it up with the 0 mark. And it'll be different. Your plastic rulers, those are not precision measurement instruments. Those have been mass produced at a cheap cost, right? So you can look at that and easily see those discrepancies. But your steel rule, you will see, is consistent, steel ruler is consistent as you look at how they have been produced. Okay, so Ms. Robin, can you hover over the next one? Because I do want to just take that mouse. Move it from here. Actually, I think it's on the laptop. And Miss Kelly is asking if you will zoom in. I think it's number 3 on the call button. All right, so each vertical line is called a graduation, and we've already discussed that part, so that's good. Moving on to another one, Miss Robin. All right, remember to take proper care of this instrument by examining the steel ruler and reporting any damages. Oh, it's like I've heard that before. Once again, we are trying to remind students, right? We're not just saying it once and forgetting about it. They'll clean it with an instrument cleaning wipe at the end of class. The remaining inches, so if you actually come up here, Miss Robin, to this very first one and hover over that, the first 3 inches measure down to a 32nd of an inch, which is notated by a small 32. So if you move the mouse off of that hot spot, you can see this 32 here helps students remember the first 3 inches are in 32nds of an inch, but then when I come down here, the number changes to a 16. Why? Because that's going to measure it down to the 16th of an inch, right? So that's a cool feature I can actually see. All right, and then of course, yes, we do have millimeters because this ruler does measure in English and metric units. And that basically sums up the features of the ruler. Here's a really nice option. If I need to remind a student of the care, maintenance, and storage, I can click this link at the bottom of the screen and magical things happen. It takes me back to the original care, maintenance, and storage interactive image. So if they need to go back, or you need to remind them, then that gives them this option. So they can go back and see that image as well and realize, oh, I do need to make sure to take care of this. I shouldn't forget this, this, or this. Okay, so we are going to take our lunch break. You guys have been a phenomenal audience. And so we're going to break here. When we come back, we will actually start with Earl and talking about some of the features of a ruler and how they kind of design these things, what they have in mind. Then we're going to move into tape measures and calipers.
Okay, can I interject one thing? Did you have a question? Go ahead, Angela.
I'm glad you asked that question. Let me go ahead and just make you aware that there is an answer key also in the materials list. The number 8 is 1/8 of an inch. The smallest unit of measurement, and by that we meant, and maybe we should reword this a little differently, what does the graduation, the shortest graduation mark? So that was... Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm going to make a note on that, and maybe we will look at rewording those things and posting it. So, hey, that's great. We had somebody use consensus, right? We agree. We don't really agree a lot, but, you know, we'll go with it. So that's excellent. Go ahead, Ms. Robin.
All right, 3D printers, we're going to switch gears just for a second. On your way to lunch, out the door, or during lunch, on your way back, if you can let Kelly know if you're going to need some assistance assembling your 3D printer ahead of time, or let her know that you're going to try it and then let us know, but just kind of communicate with her. And then if I can see the following teachers before you leave: Lott, Sarah Land, Baymanette, Central Baldwin, Foley, and Perdita. I just have a quick question for you. And lunch is set up. Is there any questions before we dismiss for lunch? Everybody's hungry? Okay, y'all know where the food is, and we'll see you in 30 minutes.
All right, just giving everyone a heads up online and in the room, we will be starting back momentarily. Just also a notice that we do have some of our marketing people here, and so they'll be in the room taking pictures today. So just in the next probably hour or so, you'll probably see someone in here with a camera. Just giving you fair warning so you can make the necessary adjustments.
All right, everybody has their bellies full. Everybody's going to stay awake. You got coffee. You're refreshed. Everybody's ready to keep learning. And exciting afternoon. So just a couple of things. We always want to recognize our sponsors who's making this pilot program happen. Of course, we have the state of Alabama, Airbus, Alabama Power Foundation, Amazon Web Services, Mott McDonald, and of course, Snap-on. So we thank them for their support, and we want to continually to recognize them throughout the pilot program. Also, we had said that we're just going to say Mr. John. We won't use your last name. How's that? He's with Hummingbird. He's the marketing team that's going to be helping us with this program and capturing all the impact that is made. So John's going to be walking around taking some photos today, as well tomorrow as you're walking out carrying your kits. So, any questions before we get started? Okay. All right, Sarah, let's keep rolling.
Okay, and Ms. Robin, I didn't even change the sponsor. I need to go back to our other presentation. Okay, so we left off with this steel ruler investigation, and we kind of talked a little bit about that, and I told you guys that I was going to let Mr. Earl kind of come up, and what we're going to do is take some time to talk to you about each of these instruments, and once again, we're doing this so those students have that skill set, so that way they can apply it in their design. So one of the things that we do want to point out, we're going to do this for the ruler. The same activity is redone for the tape measure on day 2. Same set of roles. They're kind of changing them up a little bit because you're going to have a different expert. You're going to have, so that means that the recorder is that might end up changing from person to person, but everyone has to take turns being that expert in the room. So we will not go through this activity 2 more times. We are going to be focusing on the features though. So I just wanted to kind of get that in your mind. Day 1 is the steel ruler, they do this activity. Day 2 is the tape measure, they do this activity. Day 3 is the dial caliper, and then they finish this activity. Okay? All right, so Mr. Earl, anything that you have to add? Okay, hang on just a second. There you go. Try to stay out of the way. Slide it up. There we go.
Test, there we are. So a couple of things to mention. This is, of course, a ruler like we were talking about earlier. But on the rule, why do you think we would, along with our partners with Starrett, look at something where we do not start at the 0? We actually, 0 is on the edge. A good point. It could be particular. I mean, if you're not using it correctly, there could be some damage. What else? That's good. Anybody else? We actually take it to a higher resolution of measuring. For precise measuring, if you're measuring up against an edge, you'd want to use the edge of the ruler as your 0. Okay? So it depends on the situation. If you're measuring from, a linear surface and you're looking and really we talk about parallax error, and I know you're going to talk about that some more. To look straight down upon it, you're really using, you're depending on your vision, and you don't want to get parallax error. You can use either or, but if you're into some precision measuring, you're measuring up against an edge, you want to use a rule. Okay, so there is a difference between a rule and a ruler. What else do you notice about the first 3 inches of this ruler? You see the additional graduations that's there? Up to 1/64 of an inch. The most commonly used section of a rule or a ruler is the first 3 inches. And that's why you even see 1/64 of a graduation on this ruler. They actually have a 3-inch rule. The only thing, the concern there and why you don't see much of it and why they go to 6 inches is what do you think? When you put it in the pocket, you lose it, right? So if on the 6 inch, it sticks out just enough where you can grab it, pull it out of the pocket. Or you see a lot of times there's those sleeve pockets that they may have. And that's why the 6 inch will go in there easier. But the first 3 inches is the most commonly used surface of a rule or ruler. The last point to make, and we also point this out in our PMI class, is do you always have to go to the end of the rule or the ruler in order to make a measurement? No. You can start at 5, just make sure you subtract 5 from the measurement. You can start anywhere on it that you want to, however it best fits, the need for your measurement. After 1/64 of an inch, imagine if we went to 128 of a graduation. I mean, you get cross-eyed, wouldn't you? After 1/64 of an inch, and this is the segue for your next unit, and I'll stop. After 1/64 of an inch, the expectation is you go to the next level of precision measuring to measure anything above 1/64 of an inch. And when we're talking about precision measuring, obviously if like the plastic ruler that you have, I think it only goes to 32nds of an inch. This one will go to 1/64. After 1/64, we'll segue into the next unit because you want to go to a higher resolution of measuring. Okay? Questions? Concerns? Oh.
On the lines that you're measuring, so if you're really trying to be precise, do you measure to the edge of the line, middle of the line?
Middle.
Middle of every line in that ruler?
Mm-hmm. Great question. That's a real good question. That's another one?
So can you explain what you mean by after 60 foot of an inch, then the next level of measurement?
Yes. So you want to use a measuring instrument that precisely measures anything that you're looking at over 1/64 of an inch, because your next scale would be 128. We couldn't put that on. It'd look like a solid black line all the way across there.
So what would that tool be? Would
Oh, I'm not gonna steal her thunder.
Your
See, you
hint
almost-
is it's on
you
your
almost
table.
Got me. Yeah, she almost got me, didn't she? So I'm not going. I'm sticking with the
You're
ruler.
setting us up for success. That's right.
Okay. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Earl. I appreciate it. I'm going to pass this back to Ms. Robin. All right, so so this is kind of where we are with the steel ruler investigation, just to kind of hear from someone else who, I mean, this is his area of expertise is to go through and talk about these instruments and these tools. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have students next kind of use some estimation skills, which is something that I find just incredibly entertaining and fun anyway. I have a good friend of mine who has helped me for many years in robotics, and we typically have this great game of, how long do you think that is? I think it's about 6 3/8 inch. I think it's 6 1/4. I don't know about that. So anyway, so we just kind of go back and forth and having that estimation game. And we want students to start putting these numbers in their minds because they have the idea, a lot of times, even if they can get what the measurement is on the ruler and understand how to read it, if I tell them to estimate the height of the door in the back of the room, they're lost, right? Because they cannot take it from, like, I need a measurement instrument. Wait a minute, can you look at it and kind of have an estimate? Because when you're looking at certain things, what can you estimate? So we do that with this next activity. So if you will, go ahead and get your steel ruler handout activity. And let me take a moment. This is something that has not been said, and I want to make sure we will emphasize this in the next lesson. Lesson 4 with the terrific toy design. So after we get this done, we actually get to start manufacturing some things. But with the terrific toy design, students sometimes will want to use a ruler as a straight edge, right? They want to run that pen down the side of it. Okay, that is why every student has a plastic ruler, right? It is used as a straight edge. They will use that plastic ruler to run their pens down. They can use that. We're going to be looking at Play-Doh. They can use it whenever they're dealing with a Play-Doh. But whenever we are dealing with the need to take a very precise measurement and we want to pay attention to the accuracy and precision of that measurement, that is when they pull out the instrument. So I want to just take a minute to make sure you emphasize that to your students. Make yourself a note that they do not need, please don't run your pen down the side of that instrument because it could damage the instrument and we do not want that. Okay, so with this worksheet, go ahead and pull that out. We're going to look at the very first one. The first thing it says, so you guys get to play along with me here, this is the steel ruler handout, and they start this out individually. Let me turn to the right slide. Okay, so we're going to start out with you playing along, right? Look at the image above and estimate the length to the nearest inch. Don't touch that ruler. So if you look at this wrench, now obvious, I want to make a couple of points here. The reason why you have a printed copy of this is because of the different zooms that you can have on your computer screen, the different perspectives. And so instead of worrying about the detail of making sure that it's at 100% or whatever the case is, you want to make sure that you have a printed version of this. And there has been a printed version included in the kits that have been sent out. Yes, it is in your little plastic envelope. Okay, we have a question in the back. Go ahead, Miss Kelly. Okay, yes, I will. Somebody asked, I might have missed that. Okay. Was there a question asked? I might have missed it. Okay. All right. So let's look at the estimate. Look at the image of the wrench. Don't touch your ruler and just guess. Do you think that's 6 inches? 7 inches? 8? Hint, hint. It's on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. Just saying. Helping you out. Don't guess 10. That's it. That's your set. Okay, so just write down what you think that is in the blank. Treat this not as a handout of we have to measure things. Let's treat it as a game. Let's make this a little more entertaining. What do you think it is? Take a guess. All right, now take your ruler, and we have included these red vertical lines for you, so that way you can line that up with your 0 mark. Now, you can take turns using the steel rule, or if you want to go ahead and get started and check it with your plastic rule, go ahead. but you are measuring from one end to the other, and you're rounding it to the nearest inch. You don't worry about half inches right now. Don't worry about eighths of an inch or sixteenths. You can round to the nearest inch. If it is exactly a half, because I can't remember the measurement, then you can write down a half inch.
This is a great time. Can we address parallax error since we haven't yet?
Excellent idea. Why don't you go ahead
All
and
right,
point that
so
out.
Sarah, if I have a ruler, do I need to look with my eyes over the top of that measurement, or do I look at it at an angle?
Well, I learned whenever I was getting my permit that my mom would always misread the speedometer because she sat in the passenger seat, right? And so as she sat in the passenger seat, it could work to my advantage, right? So that's where I learned about parallax error, because it is best to look directly on top of the measurement.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, now the next line on this is very interesting. It says draw a line of your estimate using a ruler underneath the wrench. So if you guessed it was 6 inches, or you guessed it was 4 inches, or whatever your guess estimate was, draw that underneath. We want students to do that for them to get a visual idea of how close was your estimate. Now, here's the cool thing about kids. They do learn sometimes from their own mistakes, but they really can see that visually of I was pretty close. In a minute, they're going to flip this over, and on the back side, you'll see the same thing, right? This is a front and back worksheet. On the back side or maybe it's a 2-page worksheet. It's a 2-page worksheet, my bad. Okay, so on the second one, they're going to repeat this activity, but they're going to go down to the nearest eighth of an inch. Well, they should already have some idea of the fact that, hey, this is around, I don't know how many inches it is. What was the correct measurement? 6 1/4 or 6 inches if you're rounding to the nearest inch, right? So, so they should have an idea that, okay, it is approximately 6 inches, and now I'm going down to be a little more precise. All right, do the same thing, and there is a little note there. Use subtraction to determine the difference between your estimate and your measurement. This is getting them set up to calculate error. So they will be calculating some error later on. So that is how they're figuring out how close their estimate was. It was within, X number of inches. All right, number 4, you do the same thing. I guarantee you students will have a better estimate the second time around, right? They have a reference. So looking at that screwdriver, I would like for you guys to make an estimate to the nearest inch before you measure. Then go through the same process. Use your ruler to actually measure from vertical line to vertical line. One of our curriculum writers was a middle school math teacher for 25 years. And when we did this, she was the one who pointed out, you need red vertical lines. Do not do that to the teachers. You've got to have the red vertical lines. Actually, this was her activity. So you're going to go through. You're going to actually measure it, and then you're going to determine the amount of error. So to the nearest inch, and notice all of this is individual. When you get to the second page, students are then going to have a discussion. Right? To the nearest eighth of an inch. What do you think? Well, this is going to be a little bit bigger. This is going to be a little bit smaller. And they're doing the same process, but they're working on honing those skills. How small of a measurement can I take? Okay? We're not going to go into all of those details right now, but what we want students to realize is that there is something called greatest possible error. Okay, Ms. Robbins excited because we talked about this and talked about whether or not we wanted to include this in the curriculum. But we felt that it was incredibly necessary for students to understand what greatest possible error is. And I have my way of explaining it. And then Robin is going to explain. She said this is a SME and a SME and 3. And so the idea behind greatest possible error is you can only be as precise as half your unit of measurement. I think I have said that to Robin 23 times. And she was like, it doesn't make sense. So I went to our curriculum writers and said the same thing. And so I said, I love to teach, so I was like, let me give you another example. If I'm in my kitchen and I have a 1 cup measuring cup, according to greatest possible error, the most precise that I can get is to take a 1/2 cup measure. I can take that and fill it halfway, and I can use that to measure a 1/2 cup, but I couldn't use it accurately or precisely to measure a 1/3 or an 1/8 or whatever the case is, because I can only be as precise as half my unit of measure. And I went through it again and again, and even some of the curriculum writers were like, this does not make sense. If I'm going down on a ruler and I'm looking at a ruler and it goes down to a 32nd of an inch, that means that I can be as precise as a 64th of an inch. At this point, Robin said, you say it your way, and then I'm going to say it my way. And I said, okay, sounds like a deal. So I'm going to turn it over to Miss Robin and let her explain greatest possible error.
Okay, so when I looked at this slide, all right, the first thing I looked at was painful. I'm a biology person, not math, and I looked at this and I'm like, I understand the concept, I get it, but this slide didn't make sense. And then all of a sudden, it was like ding, 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 I got it. Okay, so here's how I would look at this. If I'm going to increase or decrease this, it's going to be what? 1. So it's going to go up to 4, and then 5, and 6, and the same thing if I decrease it. That's where you get your 1 from. That's it. And then you take half of that, and you have that. It's that simple. So the same thing over here, that's 7, you're going to go up to 8, a 9, and so you're going to bring that down is 0, 1, because I'm counting in ones, and then you take half of that, and there you go. See, this is so funny. Some of y'all are lost my way, some of y'all are lost her way. But collectively, does everybody understand?
The question for those online was, what if you're lost both ways? That's worth repeating. So the idea is with whatever you're measuring in whichever unit,
Yes.
when you're doing an estimate, then you can go down to one more level of precision. So if I am measuring with anything, forget the systems. If I'm measuring with tables, I could say that this is a length of a table, and then half a length of the table. That's all it's saying is you can cut it down. Whatever that unit is, you can cut it down to a half, but you can't go any more than that. Is that better? We're getting there. We're getting there. Yes. Say it again, Mr. Brady. Say it again. Yes, your increment, whatever your increment is. So even think back to that bio measurement. When you were looking at hand spans and you were like, it's a hand span, 2 hand spans, and then maybe you got to the end where it was a partial hand span, then according to greatest possible error, you would just say it's half of a hand span. Even if it was maybe a 1/4 or maybe it was 30 seconds or whatever. You would just say it's half of the unit of measure. Yes. Right. So what you would say is you would have to make a decision. So this is where it gets really confusing, right? Is that if you had a 3 1/4 of your foot lengths, then you would either say that it's 3, or you could go up to 3 1/2. You wouldn't technically be able to say 3 1/4. You go to your greatest possible error. Okay. So because you're only within a unit off. I'm getting way too much into this. Okay, I'm going to stop because this is something that is very briefly touched on. I will say this is something that we had talked about, whether or not we were incorporating it. There is one slide here. Do not stress over this one slide. You have plenty of other things to stress over, right? So don't let this slide be what does it for you. But we did introduce the idea of greatest possible error. Okay, from here they have their drill down. Their drill down is going back about their bell ringer and talking about their bell ringer to say, hey, this is, which one would you use? And then you're done with your day, which it feels weird because we kind of broke in the middle of the day, so I am sorry for that. But let's move on. Okay, so the idea is we have 2 other types of instruments that we need to address. One of those instruments, we've taken care of your ruler, but now we're getting into the next instrument. And so I'm letting you know that the next instrument is a tape measure. We do go a little differently. We don't go quite in the level of we keep breaking it down smaller and smaller. We do go to a tape measure. What we want students to do is, while staying in your seat, we added that for your sanity, estimate the length of your classroom. So if I wanted you to measure from this side to that side, I want you just to take a second. You're measuring the length of this wall all the way across. I want you to formulate a plan of how you would calculate the classroom length using steel rulers. That's the catch. Using steel rulers, how could you measure the length of this wall? Any ideas?
Earl would like to answer this question.
All right, so we're giving it to Mr. Snap-on in the back of the room.
I would measure one ceiling tile and then multiply that by the amount of ceiling tiles and then do your estimate on the last.
Yes, this is great if you do have ceiling tiles in your room. Tell students to start estimating. If you have cinder block walls behind, on that wall, count the number of cinder blocks, right? You're going through and looking and trying to figure out what one measurement is and then how you would continue that. Now, let's say that this was a ceiling that did not have ceiling tiles. Okay, let's say that it's a drop ceiling. And I forced you to use your steel rulers. What could you do? How would you measure with a steel ruler from one end to the other? You're going to have to, right, you're starting to get it, right? You're either going to have to flip it. So I see a couple of people talking about some different ways. I'm going to take this plastic ruler right here. So that way if I drop it, I don't do it on live TV. Okay, so, but you can take your ruler, right? And if we all work together, we could stack them, but we'd have to be careful to make sure that our 0 marks lined up, right, where the 12-inch mark went, and we could put it end to end to end. Let your students kind of think about that, and maybe they do suggest, well, we would count ceiling tiles or cinder blocks or bricks or whatever the case is. But the idea is what would be the best instrument to use if you had an instrument? What would be the best instrument to use to measure the length of that wall? A tape measure, right? So you would go through. Why would you want to use a tape measure? It's longer, right? I don't have to stack my measurements. And this is setting you up. I did this a little too soon. This is setting you up for a key term. So bear with me for just a second because I still haven't done my toolbox meeting for this day. You should do this after your toolbox meeting, right? So your daily objectives, your key terms, and then they're still in their groups of 3, practicing active listening and active contributing. The discussion symbol is when we discuss this. I apologize. But this is setting you up to talk about something known, and Mr. Earl mentioned it earlier, cumulative error, right? Why would we not want to use a ruler and stack those measurements? Because there's a lot of room for error. And if I make an 1/8 of an inch error here, right, how many times do I make that same error before it really starts to add up? So we introduce the definition of cumulative error. Okay, with that being said, you're going to go through the same thing on the tape measure activity. But we've got several things to do this afternoon. So I'm just going to talk about the features, and then I'm going to let Earl talk to you about some of the additional features. This is something that you have in your digital notebook, but instead of doing this group activity, we're just going to discuss it together. Okay. One of the items here is right here on the end. You can see that there are 2 small rivets. That might be a new word for you, okay? I will say that I knew nothing about rivets before being employed at FlightWorks Alabama, and now I see them everywhere, right? I'm just paying attention to them in my clipboards and all of the places that they exist. We intentionally mentioned that they are rivets here because when these students are in the full program, in Kit 4, they will be looking at rivets, and we want them to identify, wait a minute, I've seen that before. So there are 2 rivets here at the end. That is to allow you to take an inside and an outside measurement. They might say it's loose. It's supposed to be, right? We want it to be loose because we want it to pull and actually give you that measurement. It takes out the thickness of the hook whenever it moves in and out. Another feature is, of course, this one does read both in English and metric units. And I will say for everyone that it has been mentioned multiple times about the 2 systems of measurement. We've added that to the list of considerations for the full pilot program. We're just moving right along with what we have right now. And then if you will click this button or hover over this button, and you'll see that it's the lock and that, or the unlock, as we make a note, Robin, that this does need to say that it is the unlock button, because as Earl showed you, whenever you pull these tape measures out, it actually sticks automatically, and then pressing this button will unlock it. And we might go ahead and add here as well to make sure that you carefully pull that back in, so that way students will not be injured. Okay, and then if you click the next button, we had to do this on 2 different slides. And on the next button, I know the mouse keeps disappearing on me too. I'm glad it's not just me. You're good. We have a zoom in, and we talk about some specific features of your tape measure. One of those is the number 16 is in a bright red box. That's because that whenever you're using these in any type of construction, you're measuring the difference between wall studs. So the next time you go to hang a picture, if you butt the end of it up against wherever your wall joints are, right here at where the corners are, then theoretically you'd be able to pull that straight across, right, assuming that you're on the right end of 16 inches, 16 inches, 16 inches, and you can see where the studs are actually marked in the walls. So, super convenient, right? Another thing is this little diamond here, and this diamond represents the different... Thank you, floor joist, because it completely left my mind. Yes, the different floor joist, and this is repeated approximately every 19 3/16 of an inch, but I found out something new yesterday, that this is actually a metric measurement. Am I saying that correctly, Earl? Okay, cool. So,
Can you repeat that? No, can Sarah repeat
I will
what he
repeat
said?
that. Yes. So anyway, so yes, as he was saying that this is the distance between the floor joist, and he'll be up here in just a second because he's about to talk to you about this tape measure anyway. But anyway, it is the difference between floor joist for the same reason as the studs, right? And if you extend the tape measure, which my experience has been, students love to see what the standout is on these. So they want to pull it all the way out until it breaks. That's measuring the standout, right? That's actually the technical term for that. But anyway, if you look at that, then the different multiples of those numbers, so at 16 inches, at 32 inches, at 48 inches, and continuing so on and so forth, you'll see the red boxes. Similarly, about every 19 3/16 of an inch, you'll see this little diamond. I will make this statement that in the investigation activity, and that was one of the questions earlier about the smallest unit of measure. I have written that down, and we'll make those adjustments to say something a little different or be a little more clear in what we're asking for. But on this activity, it does ask where is the diamond located to the nearest inch. So it's pretty straightforward. It's 19, it's 38, but I think that it's the 3rd or the 4th diamond. It falls right in between 19 and 20. So let students use the greatest possible error and make the nearest inch mark, right? If they want to say that it's about 19.5 inches, then that's okay. But anyway, just to get an idea of, hey, this is actually repeated multiple times. I will make a note on these tape measures, because this is actually your tape measure, that there is a diamond here, and it appears to be a diamond here. This diamond is associated with that red box, okay? So they have a slightly different shape. I just want you to know that if they are looking at diamonds, you're not counting you count the ones with the red box and the ones without. Okay, they mean 2 different things. The last thing that I think is really unique for students to point out is this little statement here that the 1-5 or the 1-6 or the 1-7, that means 1 foot 7 inches, instead of them having to read it at 19 inches, right? So instead they're like, oh, that's the same thing as 1 foot 7 inches. So they don't have to do the quick math, right? So those are some options. At the bottom, you also have the link, and this link is going to take you to the maintenance, care, and storage of a tape measure, which your students have already seen, but it's just a little reminder for your students. Okay, so they would go through the same activity, and they would learn about the different features of the tape measure. But I'm going to take a minute and pass this off to Earl so he can talk to you about the different tape measures that Snap-on offers.
So, as Sarah was saying, thank you. We do have several different types of tape measures, even for different industries. So even from construction, and believe it or not, working with our partner, with Starrett, at an aviation manufacturing facility, they even have higher level resolution calibrated tape measures that in their initial layout of wing sections and fuselage, they actually start with one of these. And then, of course, lasers come in and do the final finish. But what we were talking about, and I'm not sure on your tapes, but you know, when we were at 16, that's studs, right? And then when we were at the diamond at 19 and 3/16, that's trusses and joints. There is another marking that we were talking about, the European standard. On this tape, this one has a 10-foot standout, right at 40 millimeters. That's the European standard for their wall studs. So depending on the market as well, it's almost the different grades of tape measures, different widths of tape measures, the different coatings that are on tape measures. And we have some tape measures, I don't think this one is, that's even marked on the back side. Think about that. So when you work in construction, you're taking a measurement, you don't have to make the measurement, drop the tape, and then read it. You can read it from the back side. So we do have some tape measures that are printed on both sides. So again, looking at the different industries. Okay, all right?
Yeah, and that's a great point to even tell your students that really it's all about which tool is the best tool to use. And when you're in manufacturing, that tape measure might look different from the one that you have right in front of you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. This one does have a little bit of a different activity with it. There's not any more fraction activities, so we're out of that, right? Everybody's excited. But we are going to progress to, there we go. We are going to progress to how we would tell students to use a tape measure. So the first thing we do, this is kind of them up around the room and moving around. They would measure the length of the classroom so they could actually go through, and they might have to partner up with another group in order for their tape measure to go all the way across, because their tape measures do only measure to 10 feet. So they are going to have some cumulative error. It's a great conversation to have. Which one would give you more cumulative error, stacking tape measures or stacking your steel rulers? So hopefully they would realize, obviously, the more error would come from the rulers, but they can measure with their tape measure the length of the desk or table, the height of their desk or table, height of the door, the width of the bulletin board. There's something about the bulletin board, though, that we really want to point out. And then we have a challenge question: what is the thickness of a sheet of paper? But before we go through with all of those, you actually review the first 4 questions with your students, and then you talk about the bulletin board dilemma and just ask them a few questions to get them to think. Remember, we want them to think and we want them to do. What measurements are considered for the design and installation of a bulletin board? This would be where I would encourage you to look at your instructor's manual, because you're going to go through, let me find this real quick, some of these questions with your students about what goes into the installation and the design of something like a bulletin board. How high is it on the wall? Where is it located as far as the distance from the bottom of the floor? What is the length and the width? One more page over. I'm sorry, my fingers are stuck. Yep. Who replaces the cork? How do they measure the thickness of the cork? Where do you decide it's being hung in the room? And then you have to cut the paper to cover it. You have to have a bulletin board cut out, a bulletin border cut out. And so after you have students start talking about when they measured the bulletin board, what part did they measure? There's a lot of different measurements that go into something like a bulletin board, right? Something that's actually got a design to it. And then which precision measurement instrument would you use? Really ask them, especially when you're talking about the thickness of the cork, would they use a tape measure or would they use a ruler? Is it okay if they just prefer the tape measure and they have it on hand? Or would they get a more accurate reading a more precise reading with that ruler? All right, that ends the day 2. And then we get into day 3. All right, with day 3, we ask a very interesting question, and I'm not going to discuss it. I'm going to let you guys read it for just a moment. We really challenge you. I know some of you are thinking, you said there'd be no more fractions. Just hang in there, hang in there. Okay, so after my students have had a chance to ponder on this, I would go through my toolbox meeting, talk about our objectives for today and the fact that we are going to talk about something called a caliper. And they're going to be working in teams of 3. What am I looking for? Active listening, active contributing, right? And the idea is that while they are in their groups, especially the second day, they won't necessarily be as worried about what they are doing. They've already done this once, so they should feel a little more comfortable. Go around and point out, oh, I love the way that you're listening. I love the way that you're contributing. So that way they know what behaviors we really want to promote. Okay, this bell ringer question. 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 of an inch, and you want me to put 11/64 in the sequence. So they're in ascending order. How can you determine this answer? Some students might actually go through and determine this answer, but we want them to think, right? How would they put it in there? Probably somebody's going to say common denominators, right? That's the answer that you expect. But show the next slide and have them think, what about this one? If I gave you those 2 options, which one would you choose if I told you you had to put it in ascending order? Ding, 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 right? This one. Why? Well, because it's a lot easier to see 172 thousandths or 10 thousandths, of an inch, 172 thousandths, I had it right the first time, would go in between, or it'd be the second one in that sequence. Well, why was this easier? There was no common denominators. There were no fractions. Because as Earl mentioned earlier, when you get down to 128th of an inch, nobody wants to have to do that with a ruler. It ended up just being a solid black line. So there is something called a caliper, and this is where they go through and they would determine a little bit about a caliper. Before we get into the investigation, the question is where would you ever use this, right? I love that question when my students would ask it. When am I ever going to use this? I got a video for you.
My name's Tim Bacon. I'm a journey level machinist. I make hinges, brackets, fittings, mainly for the aerospace industry in the Northwest. The process actually starts from a design stage where first you come up with a part to build. Somebody puts some dimensions to it by writing the code. Then you can put that code into the CNC machine and then load the tools. And once you establish a relationship from the tools to the part, then you can push the go button. And if you've done everything properly, the machine will start cutting the part. My hobby was four-wheeling, and I liked modifying my vehicle, essentially making parts. Then I became employed at a shop that had a couple manual machines, so I would stay after hours and make little widgets for my stuff. The opportunity came up to go to school, and I was like, well, I could do this for a living. Then I got a job at a shop that participated in the apprenticeship program. As time developed, the group at AJAG approached me and asked me if I would teach for them. Key skills would be, I'd put problem solving way at the top. Math skills are very important, spatial perception, being able to visualize. Another would be attention to detail. If you're making parts for the space shuttle, you want to have a good high attention to detail on what you're doing. If somebody was asking me about being a machinist, I would ask them if they like working with their hands, if they like making things, and go from there. I really do love being a machinist. I really do feel fortunate that I'm able to do what I do. In the machinist trade, a person that's skilled and good at what they do will always have a job.
So this gives students the opportunity to see somebody who uses a caliper on a daily basis, and we're going to talk about other individuals in careers and jobs that use a caliper. From here, we're going to go to the analog caliper, as we have it listed or titled here. It will be called the dial caliper, as a reminder. And Miss Robin is on it. She has our interactive image pulled up, and we are going to go through this in detail with you to make sure that you guys know how to use a caliper. There are a lot of things that you can do with the caliper. You can take the inside measurements of a circle, the outside measurements. You can also determine the depth and the step of like a hole. We're going to give you the opportunities to do that with your blue box that you have on your table. It's great for measuring things like thicknesses, and that's really what we want students to kind of pay attention to. This does have two different systems of measure, but let's go through these real quick. The first one up here, we'll start at the top, is the IMCs, and we do refer to them in the curriculum as IMC and OMC. So you want to make sure that you know that is the inside measuring contacts. We will practice these, I promise. I will make sure that you are comfortable with using a caliper if you are not familiar with them. So you can measure what the inside diameter of a hole would be, right? That's why it's called the inner measurement contact. Down here, you have the outside measurement contact. So whoever your expert is, go ahead and grab your caliper. Your caliper requires the most amount of care, right? Care in making sure that we're using it correctly and appropriately. But also, you do not want to drop that. These contacts are sharp. If you open this, as you open it up, you can see that these two contacts would actually fit inside of a hole. So if I were measuring something and I do not have anything up, I have a 3D printed nut. That's a nice one. Can you hold the mic? I don't think I can do both. All right, so if I wanted to measure what the inside diameter was of this nut, I would take this, stick it inside, and then continue extending this until it fits nicely inside. And you can kind of feel, you want it to be able to not be so tight that it won't go at all. You want it to be snug so this can kind of fit in and out. I'm going to rotate this as well to make sure that this is pretty consistent, and it looks like it is. And I would measure, we're going to talk about how to measure, but I would measure by reading this dial, okay? If I wanted to measure the outside diameter from one side to another, I would turn it around, right? This is not going to be an appropriate outside diameter, so I'd have to extend it even more. And then once again, it would be a snug fit. This might be something that we actually take some time based on the looks that you guys are giving me. We'll practice these together, okay? So you have an inside and an outside. I can also measure the thickness at different locations, right, by coming through and not clamping down so hard that I've made an impression on the nut, but that I can actually see what the thickness is going to be, okay? There are two other things that you can do with this. One of those is depth. Let me grab a box. And you can measure up to 6.5 inches with this. So if Testing, 1, 2. Quit. So that whole explanation of a caliper, everybody missed. That was good, too. It was great. It was the best teaching I've ever done, and it didn't even make it on YouTube. That's so sad. Okay, so we will redo that. The point is that your caliper, the inner measuring contacts measure the inside. The outer measuring contacts, thank you, Miss Robin, that's what I needed, measure the outside. The extension rod, which is the part in the bottom, measures depth. So you can take a lot of really unique measurements, not just because of the way that the tool is designed, but also you can go down to the nearest thousandth of an inch, and because of greatest possible error, the nearest 10,000th of an inch. We're not getting caught up on that. Okay, let's look at a few things that you might need to know. So coming back over here to the interactive image, so we will get some AA batteries in here and adjust that on the microphone so that way we can go back to 2 mics. But for right now, it will just be me. So this gives you can obviously see why a digital caliper is a desirable attribute, because then you can just make it an easy read. But we want students to be able to be a little challenged, read a gauge, right? Read this dial and come up with the correct measurement. At the top, you'll notice that there is a lock. And this is something that Jeff had mentioned earlier. The lock screw can be used to make sure that it's held in place. You guys are actually going to be using this momentarily whenever you measure your first item with your caliper. And you're going to use that and lock the measurement in place, and then you're going to check each other to see if you guys agree that yes, this is the correct measurement. At the bottom, I am telling you this as a friend, right? When you get in your classroom, this will be the one where you're like, oh my gosh, my kid has just messed up this caliper and now it's all sideways. If you undo this, it's actually a feature, okay? So I'm telling you about it now. But if you unscrew this bezel clamp, is that what it's called? You can twist the face of the caliper, okay? Why? Because if I'm trying to measure something at a specific angle and I want to see what the measurement is, right, I can make that adjustment. And I'm going to let Earl explain that in a better way than I just did. But I could change this face to actually get a different type of measurement. It is an intentional design. So when that happens, not if that happens, don't panic. You can still call us, it's okay. But don't panic. Know that what that means is you need to go back and close the caliper, right? Close it completely, and then readjust that bezel clamp to where the 0 is going straight up like the needles are, okay? I'm going to do that now so I don't forget. Okay, so when that happens, know that that's a thing, because of course the kids are going to touch everything on it and twist everything on it, and it's going to happen. So be aware of that. You do have 2 systems of measurement here. You do have English and metric. You have the scroll wheel, which we've used in order to open and close this. Ms. Robin, can you go ahead and click the next button on the bottom? Yes, ma'am. All right, and then we talk about the extension rod and the fact that it is able to extend out. It has that little step, that little nook in it in order for you to measure step. And then it also measures all the way to 6.5 inches. So you have the capability of measuring up to that, to the thousandths place or the 10,000ths place with greatest possible error. You have your link at the bottom, which reminds you of maintenance, care, and usage. Yes. It is the lock at the top. You want to make sure that it is not locked into place. It is great to use that lock, which is what we are going to use in just a minute, so that way if I'm trying to hold a measurement in place and I am placing it down so it doesn't slide on its own. But once you go to store it, you want to make sure that because of the expansion of metals that you keep that unlocked so it has room to shrink and grow. Okay, excellent. All right. Earl, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about these calipers before they do their first activity? Can I give this to you to give to him? And I'm going to go change the batteries. Which is the good one? This is the good one.
Robin. Can I borrow those calipers right there? Absolutely. All right. Sure. Thank you. Okay, so just a couple of key things. Again, these are very sensitive. We're going to a higher resolution of measuring now that we've gone from the tape or the ruler, and we're getting into some measuring now that really, by looking at a tape or a ruler or a rule, we've decided that this is a better way to make that measurement. One of the first things you should do, obviously, in checking that zero, but before you check the zero, this comes from our certification training that we do, is you want to loosen the lock and extend it very carefully all the way to the end, and then come back. It should be nice and smooth. It shouldn't be gritty. It shouldn't be choppy. It should be nice and smooth, and then close the jaws all the way back. The next thing you should do before you set the zero for calibration is we want to clean the jaws, because even a small speck of dirt or even a piece of hair or any of that will throw your calibration off when you get ready to set it to zero. Is just take a piece of paper, put it between the jaws, don't clamp it real hard, and just pull the piece of paper out. Now you've cleaned the jaws. Then close the jaws and then check for zero. You'd be surprised, just a small speck of dirt, when you put it back in that case, or maybe a little piece of foam, and you go to set that calibration, or just, set it to zero, it could throw it off a half a thousandths. Okay, we don't want to throw it off a half a thousandths. So just practice that, move it back and forth. One of the things I used to do in class all the time, until the students caught on to me, when I asked them, like you're going to do here in just a bit, to make a measurement, to make the measurement, and then go ahead and lock that bezel, so that when you hand it to the teacher, everything should be just as it was when you took that measurement. So as the teacher, what I would do, okay, like I'm talking in a lower voice because students are going to hear me now, right? So I would loosen that bezel and I would turn it just a little bit. And I said, are you sure that's, I'm not getting the same measurement as what you are. And they would go back and they would take the measurement and look, and they said, wow, I'm off like 10 thousandths. Give them a little bit. Then they'll figure out, they close the jaws and they're off 10 thousandths. And they figured out, Mr. Bailey turned. But guess what? That happens in industry. You're making a measurement and you set your you set your calipers down and you bump it and it's off. Okay? It gets them into that practice that once they make the measurement, they lock it. Okay, yep. Can somebody come check it for me? Then they'll come check and look and make sure it's locked. And what I would do, like I said, I would loosen the lock, and as I'm looking at it, I'd loosen the bezel, and I'd turn the dial, and I'll lock it back. So as you're walking around, make them think, because it's not always the classroom in industry. It's not always that same. Get them thinking outside of the standard practices of what you're doing in the classroom. Verify what they are doing, because this right here is probably in industry one of the most used instruments when we make precision measurement in the next step from rulers and then getting into calipers and then micrometers. Okay? Questions? Okay, so you mentioned 3 ways to measure with this. You're not going to talk about the fourth?
The fourth, the step. Go ahead and talk about it.
So there's actually a fourth measurement that we could do with the micrometer. She talked about the 3, right? We have inside and outside, and we have depth. We actually have step. So step is measured off of the face of the backside of the caliper, so that if we're measuring, and I don't think will we get it? Can you hold that?
It's hard, right?
It is. So we actually will measure from the end of the caliper to the step of the jaw. So if you're having to measure step, you can lay it on the edge, catch it with this jaw, and then measure from this face so that you can get your reading. Say if I want to go to the next step. So if there was a step on this, I could actually, here's a step right here. So I could go from, I can't really get a good step. There we go, right there. So I'm from the end of the caliper to the inside of the jaw, and then I can get my measurement. It's pretty. I don't know if it's necessary to cover it. Are you going to cover that in your curriculum? No. So if it's ever covered, and I know we cover it later, there is a fourth, and it's called step. It's using the jaw, and it's using the end of the caliper. Okay? But the three that you'll use the most will be inside, outside, and step. Okay? The depth. I'm sorry, depth. Okay. So, questions?
Any other questions for?
We're going to do some practicing, and then I bet they have questions after that.
And if you really want to practice that, we have some really cool measuring blocks in FabWorks. And if you really want to practice, we can get you some blocks that you can practice on those. You're going to learn. Sarah wanted you to get over the other learning curve, and then we're going to get you to the numbers. You're going to start thinking like a machinist in just a moment.
That's right. So let's go ahead and we're going to look at what this looks like. The easiest way for us to teach you and for you to teach your students is if we show videos. So I'm going to let you guys watch. These videos have already been, the segments have already been designated, so it will stop automatically. It is in your instructor's manual only to show the first X number of seconds and then pause the video. If you are using our presentation, that's already built in, so all you have to do is press play and it's automatically going to stop when it's supposed to. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and advance this for you guys to watch.
A caliper, or set of calipers, is a tool used to measure the distance between opposite sides of an object, usually with much more precision than something like a ruler. You can find them in many fields, including woodworking, metalworking, medicine, mechanical engineering, and many other sciences. So, while they're not related to electronics exactly, I find myself reaching for my trusty calipers all the time to do things like measure the distance between leads on an electronic component when it's not listed or I can't find the datasheet. The first set of calipers discovered date back to the 6th century BCE, and they were tools used often by the ancient Greeks and Romans to make precise measurements. Bronze sliding calipers from the Han Dynasty were also unearthed dating back to the year 9 CE. Most modern slide calipers work on the same basic principle. There is a fixed main scale attached to one or more sets of jaws, and a slider that moves linearly across the main scale. The slider has the opposing set of jaws, which move to measure the object in question. You can read the distance measured by looking at how far the slider has moved on the main scale. Many calipers have a thumb wheel that gives you more precise control over how the slider moves, and most calipers include a lock screw you can tighten to prevent the slider from moving to hold the last measurement taken. This can be helpful if you need to move the calipers away from the object to read the scale, or if you want to compare the dimensions of two different objects without writing down the measurements.
This is where this one stops. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your caliper, whoever is the caliper expert, and you are going to start by measuring the thickness. And since we do not have a desk, we do have a table, you're going to measure the thickness of your table and you're going to lock it into place. You're not reading the measurement yet. I promise we're about to get there. But we want students to really get familiar with just how do I even do it. You do not want to leave an indentation on the table. That might be something to reiterate to the students, right? We don't want to clamp it down so hard. But you want it to be able to slide snugly on and off. Once you feel like you are okay with your measurement, lock it in place and pass it to someone else at your table for them to check and agree or make adjustments on the caliper's measurement. So when you pass it to somebody else, they might decide, oh, it's too loose, or hey, it's too thick. Unlock it and make those adjustments. In the classroom, we want students to do this with their desk. Now, pass it around. Make sure that you have a chance for everybody to agree or disagree with your measurement, or at least with how the reading is. Is it tight? Is it too loose? And once you've done that, I'm going to go ahead and play this video, which now will allow you to take a reading of the thickness of your desk or table.
Dial calipers require a bit more effort to read, and they usually only come in either imperial or metric. To read them, find the largest measurement on the main scale visible to the left of the slider. In this case, it's 1.6 inches. Then, read the dial, which is 68 in this example. Since the dial says it's in increments of 1/1000th of an inch, we know it's 0.068 inches. Add the coarse and fine measurements together, and you get 1.668 inches.
Okay, this cracked me up because as I watched this, I was like, right, now can you say that in slow motion? Because no one got that. So what we did is the very next slide is the picture of what he was saying. And I'm going to explain it to you. So whenever you roll this out, you start off by looking at the bar, and I'm not sure that I have all of the correct terminology here, so excuse me, I'm sorry. But the bar that's behind here, there are large graduation numbers that represent the inches. You have a 0, then it counts very interestingly, and this is something that is even on that features interactive link, but it counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're counting down to the tenths place, right? A tenth of an inch, which is different than we've done on a ruler. That is one of their investigation questions, okay? So it feels like we've missed that because we're looking at how to read it now, but this is something that the students would actually answer in their digital notebook. So I have my first inch, and I would write down, if I were in a classroom with a whiteboard, I would write down 1 because I have figured out what inch I'm at, right? 1. Then you write your decimal place. The next number comes from the smaller set of numbers down here. So when I'm looking at this slide and I'm reading this, then I would say, well, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't see the 7 graduation mark, so I have to fall back to the 6. Everybody still okay? The next number that I would write down in my class would be the number 6, right? So now I have 1.6. But I want to measure even more precisely. It talks about how I can go all the way down to 1/1000th of an inch, right? That's what this dial is for. So if I were just reading this dial and I didn't know what it meant, I would figure out pretty quick that 10 marks in would mean 10, right? The halfway mark there would be a 5. That means that I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's counting by ones, right? So when I'm looking at this, I would come all the way around, which would mean this would be between 68 and 69. If you're teaching greatest possible error, you could say 68.5, or we can just say it's pretty close to 68. So what's the next 2 digits that I would write down? 6, 8. So now I have my measurement, 1.668. Is that better or worse? I feel like we're at the back of the eye doctor's office, right? Is it better or worse? Take a minute. As a team, determine what the measurement is on your caliper. See if you can figure it out. Great. So we are getting ready to wrap this lesson up, but let's take just a second. Ms. Robin had some really good information that she wanted to share with you guys about how a machinist would read this caliper.
All right, so reflecting back to the pep talk yesterday when Earl was saying when he saw me walk into these classes, when I took precision measurement, I walked into a class with about 25 machinists, and then it was me, all right? And so they said, we're going to talk like machinists, we're going to use machinist language the whole entire time, all right? So in industry, okay, they wouldn't read it like this. As far as your kids, this is just for your knowledge, that's it, okay? For the level that we're teaching, this is as far as we're going. But if they did go to the next step and they did take the precision measuring class, all right, and you're thinking like a machinist in manufacturing, you would read this then as 1 668 thousandths of an inch. They think only in thousandths of an inch. Okay, so if you go to a machine shop, they're going to be talking about thousandths of an inch. If you want to determine this next level and you went to a micrometer at that point, then you could actually, and let's say the next number was a 4 or a 5, let's just go with a 5, it would be 1 668 1/2 thousandths of an inch. So we're really looking at these first 3. All right, and if we carry it one more, great, okay, but we're not doing it. But that's how a machinist would read that. So let's say it was 5.222. It would be 5 222 thousandths of an inch. So our Flight Path 9 kids who's now working over at the FAO, they would get rid of this and they would read it as thousandths of an inch. Because in manufacturing, that is the level that they need to make sure they're precise and accurate and quality. And so that's the level that we need to get them to. Middle school, perfect, okay? But we just wanted to just let y'all know as experts, because y'all are getting to that SME level really quickly. I don't think it's going to take you 3 years. And so you understand what the difference is. All right, any questions on that?
Was everybody able to read their calipers fairly easily? Excellent. We're seeing lots of yeses and whatnot around the room. So then for your students, I will say that we had another set of eyes on this. We had the University of West Alabama help us out with this. The very first image that I sent them, they immediately replied and they were like, Sarah, stop. I went to from A almost all the way to Z, I think. I had an electrical box that we had diagrammed all the way out. I had a blueprint of that image, and it was on all 4 sides. And literally, I will not forget Dr. Wilson responding to me and being like, we need to talk. There is no middle schooler that will, not within a 45-minute time period, when you're introducing it and then asking them to execute it. So we scaled it way back, and we have these measurements, but we encourage you in the instructor's manual to challenge your students, especially those that are picking up on this very quickly. What else could you measure on this? Could you measure the thickness of the plastic? Could you measure the depth? Could you measure the outside? How thick is the plastic on the bottom? Get them doing some of those thought processes of what else can I measure here? So, so those are some of the things that you'll be doing with a caliper, and really they're just practicing reading this to 1,000th of an inch. After this, we have the summary activity, and I do want to talk about it for just a second, that what would you use to measure the thickness of a nickel? And at this point, we want the students to consider, out of all 3 instruments that you have on your table, which one would you choose to measure the thickness of a nickel? Most likely this one, a caliper, right? They could get a measurement with a tape measure if they use the hook, right? If they want to do that, or even possibly the ruler. But a caliper makes a lot of sense. What about the height of a door? Well, hopefully your students are going to realize that I don't need a caliper for that, right? It'd be a lot easier to use it with a tape measure. Thickness of a sheet of paper. And that's another great activity for you to ask your students to do, because as they might want to practice measuring if you have time for them to measure different things. Get them to measure the thickness of a piece of cardstock versus a piece of notebook paper, right? And talk about how you would measure that. The length of your pencil. You might want to use a ruler. The diameter of a bolt off of a bicycle. Back to the caliper. Write these answers in the digital notebook would be your instructions to the students. Okay, Robin, I have absolutely no idea where I am on time. I know what time it is, but I don't know what's coming next. And we are at a break. What are we doing? Are we doing...
I've got it under control.
I'm so sorry. Perfect.
All right, here we go. All right, we're going to cut this short. We have a busy afternoon break. Instead of 10 minutes, can we try 8 minutes? What we're going to do, though, before you go, we need your tables semi-cleaned off because you're going to have the next activity is another white sheet of paper like yesterday. And we have other materials to put on there. So when Kelly and I set up while you're on your 8-minute break, we can have room. We're not going to set it all up, but you're going to need room to set it up when Sarah gives you the instructions in just a second. So give us some space. 8 minutes. Look at that. Sarah worked her magic. Go.
Distance. It's made it clear that the best memories don't happen miles apart. They happen
going to go ahead and try to get back and get started. So the next lesson is way more exciting. We call it the terrific toy design because we have just tortured these students for 3 days on how to use precision measurement instruments, right? With all of this not fun stuff, but these great skills, these really cool skills. And so then we challenge them by saying, okay, now that you are a little more equipped with some foundational skills, we're going to challenge you with a customized tool, since you're employees of the Center of Invention and Innovation. And we kind of turn it around and say, okay, let's see if you can actually create and design a customized tool. So we're going to go through and talk about our measurement instruments still being invented, and the answer to that is absolutely yes. You can read in your instructor's manual for more details on that. But today's objectives is they are going to design and test a tool, as you guys will be doing soon. I'm excited about it. You're going to collect data. This is going to be incredibly important for your students to determine how to access a document that you share with them and share it with their team members. So I'm going to say that again just to make sure that you are prepared for that. You want your students to access a Google Sheet, and then they need to be able to share it with their team members, those 2 steps. So ideally, this is something that you could just post in Google Classroom. Correct me if I'm wrong in saying that, so every student has their own individual copy. And then you're going to have them share it with their team members, but this is only for whoever is the research engineer. I had to think about what the title was. And we'll talk about that in a minute, but I'm just wanting to make you aware of that. Okay. Offer suggestions for improving accuracy. We have some key terms here: metrology, which is very interesting, and prototype. And your teamwork guidelines are you're going to be working in teams of 4. Well, we have actually dissolved one of those roles since you guys are in groups of 3 today. But our 2 teams of 2, or actually now we're down to 3 teams of 2. You guys might want to join forces or split and become 2 teams of 3, or we'll figure that out in a moment. If you guys want to try to tackle it with just the 2 of you, feel free, but it might help to work in a larger team because of the amount of work. This is a 2-day lesson, FYI. Okay, and the answer is yes, measurement instruments are still being invented. We're going to start off with defining what metrology is. And basically that says who gets to say that your ruler is better than that ruler, right? Who decides that the plastic ruler is actually 12 inches? Who makes those decisions whenever you see all these really cute rulers with all these different designs and whatnot on it? Who confirms that that is actually 12 inches? And that is someone called a metrologist. For metrology's definition, it is the actual scientific study of measurement. And to help students kind of wrap their brains around all of these measuring things that we've talked about, there's a really short, fun video to watch.
So, a meter is a meter, right? Nothing special about that. But measurements like that are used by everyone. And the more people that use it, the more tiny differences there could be. When building a treehouse, well, it's not that big of a deal. However, when building a bridge and every meter is just a tiny bit off, that becomes a whole nother story. The same counts for speed. How you see your speed can be different from how a speed camera registers it. Ow, that's a ticket. This also applies to liters. Take the trade in oil, for example. A liter here might not be the same as somewhere else. And in the meantime, you still pay the same price. And when making medicine, even the smallest, teeny-weeny microgram is important. Whoa! Luckily, this doesn't happen, because there's metrology. We know the most accurate measures of all those things, and much more. Others can compare those standards to measures of their own. That way, everyone can rely on those to make agreements on. And that makes life much easier.
So a real simple short video, and that video explains metrology way better than I ever could, right? So it's the idea of it is somebody's job to make sure that these measurements are correct. And today, all of you are actually going to get to be metrologists. So we're going to start using in this terrific toy design, but you guys need one more key term before we begin, and that is the word prototype. You might be familiar with a prototype from the engineering design process, but it's basically just a model from which other things are formed. So it's a very basic, it could be a scale model, but it is a model that might not be the final materials, but could be. So today you are going to be designing a prototype, and we are going to check and see how accurate and precise your prototype is. Did we get, Robin, the additional office supplies? I just happened to think about that. Okay. Go ahead.
Increase y'all's challenge a little bit.
So,
easy. So we came up with an idea.
While you're doing that, I still have some content. I just happened to think about it. So the next thing is the product design process. Have you guys seen this before? Yes, you've seen it one time. Did I make you memorize all 8 steps and repeat them frontwards and backwards? Nope, because we're just getting familiar with it, right? That's not necessarily the point. The point is that they know that it's a process. We're going to talk about this process a little bit in this lesson. And what the process is, we're really going to focus on the first 4 steps. Step number 1 is to understand the problem. 2 is to research the problem. 3 is to design the product. And 4 is to test the product. So before I end up messing up this terrific lesson that we had a very talented set of curriculum writers write, I'm going to read what this problem is. So this is in your instructor's manual, and it is under Sector 2. The very first thing I am to do is supposed to be to explain the challenge. Give the students the following information. The aviation industry and other industries as well want workers to come in with an understanding of accuracy and precision, especially in measurement. Our Center of Invention and Innovation is working with Terrific Toys to design a toy kit that can help younger students practice making precise and accurate measurements. For this kit, Terrific Toys needs a customized measuring tool that is lightweight, flexible, easy for kids to handle, and marked to measure within 1/8 of an inch. The center's task is to design a prototype of this tool. So you define the prototype, and then we get into the product design process. So understanding the problem means that the toy launcher is needed to launch several small aircraft pods that will land in random places. The students need a tool that can measure the distance from the launcher to each of these aircraft pods. Criteria and constraints will be provided. Research the problem. The students will make observation of sample landings of these aircraft pods and use observations to determine what type of design is needed. When you design the product, the teams of students will work together in class today to design it, and then testing it, you will work again tomorrow to actually test where your customized or how accurate and precise your customized tool is. So you have a launcher in front of you, right? And the students will not have a launcher. You will need to make one in advance. You've got enough materials in your kit to do so. But we went ahead and made them for you guys today to save on time. This is actually the job of the 4th person on the team, is actually to go through and do this. And we tried to make sure that everyone is given their assignment and their roles very clearly. But this is actually one team member's job. You want to have a sample in the room, though, for the students to actually see that what you are doing is you are launching your aircraft pods, okay? And there are instructions on placing a small dot on there. We'll get there momentarily. But the idea is whenever you launch these items, they are going to land somewhere, hopefully, on this white paper. Wherever that cotton ball lands, you need to design a customized measuring tool that will measure from the center of the spoon to that location, okay? So that's kind of your goal today because you are creating this customized measurement tool. You're not going to use your ruler, your tape measure, or your caliper. You're coming up with something on your own. Now, it can be similar to one of those things, but you're actually going to create an item that would measure from the center of this spoon to wherever that cotton ball lands. And you will need to do a demonstration for your students, which will be researching the problem. You can make several different launches so they can see that these cotton balls land kind of sporadically all over the paper. And so they can kind of get in their mind it's not just a linear launch. It could end up over here. It could be short. It could be long. All right. With that being said, let's talk about something called criteria and constraints. We did not make these key terms because we felt as though the students would probably have a good idea of criteria and constraints based off of their experience in engineering design process. If we are incorrect in our assumptions, please let us know. But right now, we're just basically saying the criteria are the requirements for the task. Your criteria is that you must reach from the center of the launcher to the instrument panel of the cotton ball. So this cotton ball is going to have an instrument panel, which is basically going to be a little black dot. Just gives the students a point to measure to. The next thing is this must be a flexible, customized instrument, right? It's something that has the opportunity to go to the left or to the right, short and long. It must measure precisely to 1/8 of an inch. Your constraints are known as limitations. Your limitations are they can be designed and built only from the materials that we provide, and it must be completed and tested in 2 class periods. Okay, so today is one of those class periods, tomorrow is the next one. Well, for you guys, it'll just be 2 sets of 45 minutes. All right, so this image is up here for you to actually do a real quick demonstration of how the cotton balls land so the students can observe how sporadic they're going to be. Then, you see these images, on the screen. You will be using to design this. Now, your students would not have this yet, and this is written out in the instructions. To design this, you are going to be given a piece of graph paper and a writing utensil, a pair of scissors, and painter's tape. Miss Robin has spiced this up a little bit, and we made a note of this in our instructor's manual that says you can provide additional items to students. Those additional items can just be basic arts and craft supplies. You might have extra pipe cleaners from another activity or popsicle sticks from a different activity or something that you might have, but you do not have to add anything to this. This is just if you want to spice it up so that way everyone is not necessarily doing the exact same thing because there's only so many options that you can really create with these basic instruments, these basic tools. So one of the things that we have looked at is providing maybe a few other items for them to create their customized measurement tool. Ms. Robin, what do they have to work with today?
Okay, so I wasn't able to run home to my craft drawer, so you didn't get the pipe cleaners or anything. So we have some rivets. If you're not sure what a rivet looks like, this is a rivet. Not sure what you would use them for, but y'all are more creative than we are. Remember, if they end up on the floor, they are considered what? FOD. So we need to make sure that we don't have FOD everywhere. Grabbed a few screws. If any of these items you need more of, we can go get some more. Have a couple little Airbus pins here. So there's not sure of those. We have toothpicks, we have paper clips, we have some note cards, and you can also use your Post-it notes that are already on your table as well. And you can use your string as well. And Kelly's over here saying you can use chocolate, okay? But so she's got a bag of that. We just want you to be creative, think outside the box of some other items that you can use.
Okay, all right, so what we're going to do is after you have given this idea or you've given this challenge to your students, remember your students would not have access to those materials yet because what happens if you give students graph paper, pencil, scissors, and painter's tape, they're not going to do any thinking. They're going to start building immediately, right? That's how kids are. So before you pretend as though you have nothing on your desk except a piece of scratch paper to kind of write down what some of your thoughts are of how you would create a customized tool with these 4 items and the variety of items that Robin has given you in the back of the room. So discuss this with your teammates. So just a reminder, you are supposed to be thinking about what your design is going to be for your customized tool. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to continue that thought process, and then we're going to start assigning roles. Do need to write these thoughts down on a piece of paper. Maybe a sketch on that white piece of paper, so that way you will be able to pass this information off to your manufacturing engineer. To give all the groups just a couple of minutes to finish up so that way we can identify roles.
Sarah, can I ask some questions? All right, I have a question, Miss Sarah. Their measuring tool that they are making,
Yes.
they can or cannot use a ruler to make it.
They may.
So I'm not going to give an answer. So in order to make it, they can use a ruler for their measurements. Is that correct?
Yes. Make
Okay.
sure that you don't use it as a straight edge and run a pencil down it. That would be tragic.
Correct. Okay.
But you're not doing anything yet. All right, I'm giving you 30 seconds, and then I'm moving on. Moving on. You who are still kind of tinkering, you're going to have to cut it off so we can go ahead and begin. Yes. So that way,
So you're talking about it.
you'll have where that center is. You can move this launcher.
Okay, so you're talking about it to the center of this holder and not the center of the whole
Correct.
launcher.
Correct. The center of where it will be launched from. Okay, so we're going to move on. I'm going to ask you to return to your seats. You're not quite building it yet, but you will have the opportunity. But the next thing that we want students to do is to identify their roles. And one of the things that we want them to do is to kind of identify what it means to be an engineer, right? A lot of times students here, at least whenever I have had experience with students talking about an engineer, they say, yeah, I'm supposed to be one if I'm good at math, right? Like that's sometimes the extent of their knowledge with that. So we really take the time to explore 4 different types of engineers here: mechanical, aerospace, manufacturing, and research. And we are letting students choose what those roles look like. We go through these roles on day 1. So they get about 10 minutes, and I am going to add a timer to the slide so that way you can kind of help monitor that time real easily. But you're going to go through and talk about, 1, what a job description might be for a mechanical engineer, and then 2, how that applies to this task. Okay? So every slide will show them what one does in general, and then how this will be applied to the task. So the very first one is the mechanical engineer. The general description is that they design, develop, build, test mechanical devices, such as precision measuring instruments. Their terrific toy design challenge will be that they will build the toy launcher. So obviously this has been done for you, right? So the mechanical engineer job is actually the one that kind of is going to be dissolved. Secures the toy launcher. You want to make sure that it is secured to a piece of paper. Marks the center. I'm going to talk about that in just a second. It's actually where the center of the launcher is. and then assists with measuring the distances. So this last bullet is going to have to be somebody's responsibility in the job. So whoever the multitaskers are at the table, somebody's going to have to pick up that they're going to measure with the precision measurement instrument, not the customized tool, the actual precision measurement instrument, because we're measuring accuracy here. Okay. Next, you have your aerospace engineer. General job description: analyzes, model, tests aircraft, spacecraft, missiles, and rockets. I know I am talking quickly, so I'm trying to slow down. Terrific toy design challenge is they are going to be the one who places the dot on the cotton ball. They are also going to be the one that does the launching, right? Everybody now wants to be the aerospace engineer. And they are going to assist with making all the distance measurements, because it's going to take probably 2 people to get an accurate measurement, especially when you check it against your precision measurement instruments. So this person will assist. All right, the next one is the manufacturing engineer. General job description: they choose the best technologies and processes to manufacture a product. So what is this guy going to do, or girl, sorry? They are going to build the customized tool. So my recommendation would be, most likely in your teams, someone had the vision, right? That person who had the vision, you guys are so funny. You guys immediately look at the person who had the vision. There are 3 people in this room, 3 tables, and they were like, it was you. Anyway, but that person needs to be the manufacturing engineer. They need to manufacture this customized tool. Then they will be the ones responsible for measuring the distance using their customized tool, right? Because they will be the expert in the room. And then they're going to report the data to the research engineer. I will say this: your research engineer needs to be the person who is your tech-savvy person. Whoever can get on the computer and handle things fine, you want this person to be your research engineer. All they are doing are recording information in a data analysis sheet. And we're going to use Google Sheets a lot throughout the duration of this kit. It's very exciting to me because I love Excel and some of the things it can do. And what we have done is not asked students to create formulas, and we have not asked students to take averages and all of those things on their own. Instead, we have built those formulas into Google Sheets. So all they're doing is inputting data, and magic is happening behind the scenes, okay? So this is a great opportunity for students to kind of get familiarized with Google Sheets or with an Excel program without actually having to have them create it from scratch. Okay, so the general job description here is they assist in the development of new products and technology, and they apply the results of the engineering research, right? That's what we're doing here. And new knowledge to product design. So on the terrific toy design, they will convert the estimated and actual distances into decimals. They need to be aware of that in the beginning. We give them a table for them to make those conversions. So in other words, instead of saying 1/4 of an inch, it needs to be 0.25. We give them the table that does that. Also on the sleeve of your rulers that you will be getting in the boxes, they have all of those conversion units on there. So it'll be located in 2 places, just to make you aware of that. And then they will be recording the data in the data analysis sheet to determine the customized measurement tool's amount of error. There is that word error again. All right, so now it is time for you to go to your digital notebook, and you guys are going to record who is going to be which engineer. Remember, the mechanical engineer, the one who is supposed to be generating the catapult, is the job that's kind of being dissolved. So the other 3 engineers need to be assigned, and if you are in a group of 2, somebody will have to double up on their roles. So take just a second to make those decisions and record your answers in your digital notebook. Okay. All you're doing is typing your name out beside what you are doing, and then I'm going to tell you how you will access what your roles are. I'm flipping over to the student digital notebook real quick. All we want you to do is to type your name here. So Johnny, Susie, Molly, and Bill, right? Now, here's how this works. This is something that we carefully designed, so at this moment, you would release the hounds, right? They are going to go to work, and everybody has a job. But the hard part is everybody has a different job, and you can't stand here and explain all 4 jobs, and we don't want you to. So in their student digital notebook, they will click on whatever. I'm going to click on the mechanical engineer, for instance, and it takes them to another document. These documents, they should be able to access without issue, but they're also located in your resource file if you want to have them available. These documents, there are some hyperlinks up here. Don't get nervous about that. It simply takes them to that part of the page. But whenever you see this, it tells the mechanical engineer what materials they need to have in front of them. It also tells them this is how you build it. When they are building this launcher, they get step-by-step instructions, including pictures. Stack the 7 popsicle sticks, stack 2 popsicle sticks. It takes them step by step. This question was asked earlier, how do I know where the center is? What's the center? Then on this part, 2A, you have to secure it. This shows them how to secure it. It also shows where that point is supposed to be. If the student can't see, they can increase this, right, and see where that is actually located. And the very end explains that they need to communicate. This is the mechanical engineer, so they would need to communicate with the manufacturing engineer, and that's stated in this last sentence. So whatever your job description is, you click on that title, and it's going to take you to a specific link which will tell you exactly what your job description is. So everybody has their own set of rules. All right, they have the entire time to do this, so we're going to see how successful you guys are. We're going to see how good the curriculum has been written, and we're going to say on your mark, get set, go. For those of you who need to access the data analysis sheet, our research engineers, that is located in the resource file on the WBIB website.
Sneak the microphone in by this team so you can hear some of the conversations.
So I told you it wouldn't, no.
Yes.
Yes, you told me it wouldn't work, and it is working,
right,
see?
now.
All right.
So we're gonna line this up right
Perfect.
there,
Okay, now it's better, so we can go the eighths.
and then we're
Will
gonna
it
take it.
stay on, yes, all right, good, good job. All right, so we're trying to get our lines to be exactly the same all the way around. There we go, perfect. All right, so now we have a starting line at the 0 here. And then should I mark off every fourth of an 4/8, which would be 1/2?
I would just count 1 through.
Should one all the way like that? Okay, so we'll do 1, 2, 3.
One problem here.
I'm listening.
Y'all picked the wrong person to launch, because I can't launch these things for nothing.
You could switch with Barbara since you did her job.
I'm gonna beat him over the head. Look, I'm writing numbers over here. It's very stressful. Don't get on to me. All right.
Let me try this.
But see, Bonnie. All right, Bonnie. Look.
We ain't
So,
gonna have to measure far.
but what we'd have to do is get it off the table every time you launch it. So make sure you get it off this piece of paper. And the only reason I say that is because when we start the measuring, that's the middle of the spoon, and we can turn it and do that, and then start an accurate measure.
But that's indicating that I
Can get it off that. Okay, get us a child that can get us the cotton ball off the sheet of paper. Okay, that's.
Ben, you need to try it.
Okay.
For clarification, remember you can use your precision measurement instruments to design your customized tool, but you are not actually using those instruments to do the measuring yet. You are using your customized tool to do the measuring.
What we're having for supper, we're.
Alright, so, have you got the number? Now, when we do this, every time we do this, when we roll it, you gotta think in fourths. Each one of these, or is it, yeah,
Well,
fourths.
that's why I was thinking if we measured it in fourths, that's a quarter, and then I'd put a line right there. Because now I'm getting to 17.
And we divide that by 4, and then we get our,
I'm still with you. It's just longer math, and I'm gonna need a calculator.
1, 20.
She can do it in her head, and I can't. Yes, I think we got a patent on this. We're feeling cocky.
Ben's so quiet.
He's like, I don't know her. I came late. I had to sit here. Yeah, that's what he's thinking. He says, I came and chose poorly.
Nope, I'm just supposed to record data.
Now,
I'm almost there. Hang on, guys. We have got our
piece of
cotton.
tape.
Another?
All right. What's that
We're
going to
gonna
be?
create a ticker.
A ticker. A ticker for like what?
We're like, every time we get back to 1, you'll automatically see it because it's blue.
But that's why I went with the whole.
But if you're rolling it, it's gonna be hard to see that from the bottom.
Oh, you're right. Oh, excellent. Excellent idea. Very good, Bonnie. I love it. Okay. Love it, love it. Okay. Her name's Bonnie. She's out for hire.
She's really smart.
I would recommend her. All right. I did all the work here. I just want to be noted that I don't need to do all the numbers. This would be an 8th grade child talking, right?
I did shoot some balls.
You did good. You got better, I will say. We had our doubts, but you
They weren't
came
painted
through.
blue.
Exactly. What are we supposed to do with the green dots on the
You
cotton
know,
balls
that's where
again?
our 6th grader's gonna go. I'm sorry.
Why did you put a green dot on the
Because
cotton
the
balls?
direction said so.
Okay.
Didn't make no sense to me, but I did.
Okay,
That's gonna be the point that you actually measure.
Okay, that's what she said. That's it.
Okay, so we don't have to go to the middle of the cotton ball, we'll just go to the green.
You're gonna go to where the green is, draw a line straight down, and that's your measuring
All
point.
right, super. See, now we're learning something.
I asked the same question the other day. I missed that part of professional development.
44. 45. Boy, this thing can go a ways.
Just think
Lots
if you
of
were
eights.
using a really big roll of tape,
Oh, that
Barbara.
would really work.
Yes, if we had a small.
Yes. What do you mean legal?
Anybody gonna dip me for this? Cause I'm just marking my paper. I don't wanna get,
For that department, and I think that works.
There we go.
you know, any managers coming over here and slapping my hands.
It's your call.
That way we got our, we already know that our start point was right here.
Barbara, you're down to the last 2 lines.
I'm excited. I am down to 57 eighths. 58. All right. Blue tape across there is 58.
Can you hold it up to the camera and let me see what you did?
All right. So what we've done is we've taken the graph paper and we wrapped it around this. And then we had a starting point, which we marked a ticker off the end, which was Bonnie's idea, which is a great idea. And then we numbered each individual square after having measured it at 1/8. 1/4 of an inch. Okay, so every single square when this rolls is 1/4. So for instance, if we stop rolling at the dot and it's 34, that's 34/4, which then my colleagues are going to do the math and divide 4 into it and then tell us how far it was. Now the starting dot for all of these was the middle of the spoon, which we had the paper at the end of the paper. So that made it beautiful in that we had it there, then we could remove the spoon to get it out of the way so that the rolling device can accurately measure. So now we're going to give it a try. We're going to go from the end of the table with a 1. And we're going to look at her go. Okay, that's 1 tick, right?
One.
All right, so that's 1.
Y'all might wanna pick that up and take it from here.
Okay, 1. Keep going. Roll over the green dot. There you go. All right. That didn't mark. That's because my pen's not open. Oh, there we go. All right. So, it was 1 and I marked it on the wrong thing. 52 fourths.
So 52
It's
and
1 entire 52 plus,
How many total do we have?
58 plus 52, so that's 110.
110. Look at these math guys going. All right, so it's 110 divided by 4, correct?
Ohio is loving your tape rolling device.
Oh, well, thank you, Ohio. Way to go. I am an Auburn fan, so I was rooting for you guys.
27 and
Okay.
a half.
I think she just got booted out of Alabama. I think she's gonna have to look for a house up there soon.
27 and a half. So now we've got 27 and a half what? What are we looking at as far as units of measurement?
That was inch.
Inches.
Each
27.
one of these is a fourth of an inch.
All right, so this green ball here was this one. All right. Now we got to go to this one right here. So
All right.
start us off. Did you write that down in a?
I need to get 27 and a half inches, or whatever. Yeah, 27 and a half.
1 ticker. All right. Well done to point that out, because if I would have not been paying attention.
All right, I got to start over. Did you see me slide?
Yeah, a little bit. Let's do it again. It's
Those
okay. We've
cameras
got our
on us, I
dot.
couldn't fake it off. I would've
We've got
faked
it off.
if it
Yeah.
hadn't been the camera, but
Okay.
the camera might saw it.
You're still good, but go a little. Yep. Angle it a little bit more. 1 ticker.
there's our 8.
Yeah, okay. So what did we end up at? 50, 58
47 and a half.
plus 47 and a half, 58 plus 47 and a half. So that's 0.5. Okay, so that's 0.5. And that's 15.
105.
All right, so now we're going to divide that by 4. Is that correct?
Yes. It could be like 25, 26 and something.
Don't be a smarty, Birches. This is a 2. That makes it an 8. That makes it a 25. 4 into 25
It's
goes
gonna be 24 and 1/8 inch.
24 and
How would it be 24
No.
if
it can't be 24
Because-
because it's got 2
if
and
you're over 100, that would be
26.
25.
26.
26. 6 times 4 is 24, so this is going to work. Okay, so then I had 124.
It should be 26 and an 8.
Yeah, I'm just rounding down.
1/15 and then
Yeah.
4 to
I mean,
15
if
goes.
it's over 100, it has to be at least 25.
Does somebody have a cell phone or a calculator?
I got one in my pocket.
I want to show that God gave me a brain and I'm trying to use it. All right. All right, so I do have 26 here because that's what one, and that's 15, but 4 into 15 goes 3 times. So it's 26.3. Okay, so wouldn't that be right? 26.3?
That's about where we got to.
Okay, about where you got. When you recording this, record that, please. All right. Did you put it in the Google Doc, in the Google Sheet? All right, now where are we going? To that far dot?
Oh, visit
All right, so
Longwood
we're gonna
here.
move this guy. So this guy is.
I'm going to roll this out, but you're gonna have to pick it up and keep it going.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to two clicks, aren't we? All right, that's
there's
1.
one.
I'm gonna mark it. Hold it. 1. All right.
All right, y'all gonna have to grab it. There's 2.
There's 2.
So 58 plus 58.
Oh, this is so
106
nerve-wracking.
already.
I mean, the body just made it look so easy. All right, so then I'm going here, and this is line right there. All right, so this line is at 2 times whatever, 50,
58.
58,
So that's 116.
and 37.
116 plus 37.
Did you use thumb marks to
140.
measure the tape? Thumb marks? No, we used, are they talking to us? We used actual graph paper that we actually measured each square. And each square was a certain 1/4 of an inch. Yes. Thank you.
Biology, man.
Yeah. And each square is numbered all the way till we were.
153
No, and of course, every group would have a different number because the different amounts of tape being used every time. So it's,
0.7.
all right, so this last one went 35 point. We're getting the accounting department to check the math. Hang on.
It was 58 plus 58.
58.
That'd be 116.
16, so yeah, that's
And then
all.
plus the 37.
Plus
so that'd
30.
be about 150.
Is it 37 or 38 that I said?
I
I got it marked. Hang on.
had 106.
37.
And then you add that, so 13, yeah, 153.
Wouldn't be 4.
153 divided by 4 then.
4 times 4 is 16, so it's 6.
So it's got to be 3.
Hold on.
So then it's going to be 12, and then it's going to be 33, and 4 into 33 goes how many times? What's 4 times 8? 32? Yeah, okay, 8. So that's 32, that's 1. And then the decimal is going to be 2. Are we going to take it to hundredths or tenths? We did not on the others, we took them to
Let's
tenths.
be consistent and just
Okay.
stay at the tenths.
Okay, so that's it, 38.2 then. Write that down in the Google Sheets. And we'll draw it to that. There we go. All right, done. Accuracy. Now we'll see how, okay, where's that, let's use this device, because I think would be,
Just a reminder, you are measuring 2 different ways. You are measuring with your customized design measurement tool as well as your actual precision measurement instrument of your choice, most likely the tape measure.
Or 27 and a half.
Ours was 27 and a half, but if you use this as see, the thing was that as the crow flies, we had a little deviation when we were rolling as far as but so the deal, that's half an inch. That's pretty good. All right, so let's go to, would we go fly on that aircraft? No, but we have a system. All right, so this one is less than 26. Yeah, it's 26 and 26.3, and we have 26 and 3/4. And
3/4 would be 0.75.
0.7, that's even closer than the last one, but then that's a more direct flight. Okay, so then let's go to this one. Now we got 38 and 1/8. Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
What was the last number?
38 and 1/8. Okay. Cha-cha-chang.
125.
I see a patent in the works here. Okay.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
And those of you in Ohio and California and Oregon, we hope you enjoy that. What's your margin of error?
It looks low.
I'm not
Great.
sure how to
Can
read
you turn
it.
around, put it up, let me see on the screen how close they can see it.
Can you see that margin of error, Kelly?
See if I can make it.
She's gonna make it as big as you can.
Now, does that mean we're in the wrong field?
No, because you saw
I need to go back to it.
how I was to work with. So it was like, this is perfect.
Kelly, can they see that? We're trying to-
But what is this telling us? That's what I need to know. What is this?
And Sarah's going to tell you that in just a few minutes.
I love it. And every time I look at any of these, I'm going to say I'm awesome. I'm just awesome because I attempted it. And what do we need to see?
Their chart. Can you see their chart? No.
A little too far away.
Yes. Oh, wow. Can we zoom in over here, Sarah? Sure, but y'all are on camera now, so everybody across the U.S. is looking at you.
You want to show them how we're...
You want to show what y'all did?
Okay, so we took the graph paper and cut it in a way that we could manage with it and also be able to see stuff. We could have made it smaller. But anyway, we measured it. We knew that each of the squares was a 1/4 inch, so we just counted out 4. But we also put a scale here to let you know that each square was a 1/4 inch, but half was 1/8 because the precision had to be to 1/8. So we launched our pause and wrote down where they were and made sure that they were upright. But then because we needed to have a static place from which to measure, we took a paper clip and inserted it underneath the rubber bands that hold this right over the center of this, what do we call it, the launcher, the bench, or this elevated piece. And so that gives us a platform to have the same place to measure each time. We could even, if we found that this would tear, we could probably even reinforce it. But so now we just simply measure to the center of the dots, and then we record that, and then come back with our precision tool and see what the outcome is. So I don't know.
Excellent. Thank you. That's awesome. That really looks great.
Yeah, take some time to walk around and see what some of the other designs are. I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes to start recording this information. Make sure that you make a copy of the data analysis sheet. You're going to record your measurements. Your research engineer will be recording the measurements and calculating. It will automatically calculate your average error. Let's check. Hang on. So the question for those of you that are online is that they are getting an error message whenever they are making a copy and entering the information in. So we're going to look at what that looks like. So let's look at 38.5.
Okay.
Yes, so yes, on these you do have to convert these to decimals. Do not forget that. That is something that if you put in a space and then a fraction, it will not read it correctly. They do have to be inputted as decimals. All right, so as you guys are finishing up your measurements, you should enter in your customized measurement tool measurement. So for launch 1, if it went a total of, I don't know, 26.75 inches, in launch 2, you measured that it went 22.125 inches. Launch number 3, let's just say that you had a really exciting launch of 35.625 inches. Okay, so if you have that information, you can see that the data immediately starts generating. And this means that, hey, I'm creating a graph. It's really fun for students to see kind of where their data, how it's being generated, and what an analysis sheet would look like. You could also see that the error shown here, so right now it shows that the error are these measurements, but we're going to enter in what you would have gotten if you used your actual precision measurement instrument. So you would type in, maybe you got exactly 26.875, 22.25, and let's say on this last one you got 36 inches instead. This gets into talking about that cumulative error, and maybe the longer the measurement was, the more that the error was. What we want students to see is what was their error all the way across. This graph is not as important because it's just showing like this is error number 1, error number 2, error number 3, and how it has kind of increased. They could use that to say, okay, cumulative error, the further the distance was, the greater the error. But another statement would also be to look up here at the amount of average error. And what we want you to do is take this information back to your presentation. So that way, whenever you are in the classroom, and we're going to go ahead and move on real quick, but obviously we've already done that. But then you would record the error of your groups in the class. And you don't necessarily, this is a great opportunity to talk to your students about failing forward again. And it's not that who had the greatest error and who had the least error, but let's just look at the average error. And so as you go to each team, you can record this either within the presentation, or you could record it if you wanted to write it down on a whiteboard down the side. And what you're really looking for is who had the least amount of error. So instead of recording this, I'm just going to ask if you can kind of shout out some of your average errors here. What was the average error that you guys had achieved? 0. Well, you can't be 0. Did we have more zeros? You hadn't, yeah, because we did kind of cut you guys short. 0.125 average error. So chances are, okay, 0.125 as well. Okay, so chances are when you start calculating this with your students, they're not going to be quite as great as you guys are, because you guys are the professionals. But anyway, you're probably going to start seeing, oh, well, this is this much error and this is that much error. But whichever team really had the least amount of error, what I would recommend doing is taking their customized measurement tool and maybe having them explain it to the class, right? So let's look at what they did and how they did it differently, and maybe have them explain some of the details of their customized measurement tool. But if you didn't have a perfect response, or if you didn't have a perfect amount of error, no error, and you did have some error, what could you do to improve on? This is a great time to go back to the grows and the glows. Well, maybe you had a terrible instrument, but you had a great team, right? You really worked on active listening and active contributing. So just that conversation that you're having with your students, giving them the opportunity to really get into teamwork. Okay, with that being said, you'd finish up this lesson with a reflection. And then we reach the final lesson of the day. And to me, this might have been fun. Lesson 5 is my favorite. Okay, so Ms. Robin, I'm going to let you kind of introduce Lesson 5, and then we're going to get into it.
All right, so I don't have my notes. I have no idea where they're at, so I'm just going to tell you how we wove this into this. So we wanted to really talk about quality control and inspection. And so when we had our Flight Path 9 students, we had partnered with Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and there was a gentleman that came in from South Florida, and he would come in and teach some of our classes. He was an inspirational speaker. He was so dynamic. Came in one day with a deck of cards. He said, okay, we're going to learn about quality control tonight, working as a team. And it amazed me. And so anyway, I told Sarah and her team, I said, we have to have this in this program. And so without going into all the details, because the slides are going to walk you through it, but you're going to use a deck of cards and work as a team. And every time you repeat it, you're going to get better, and you're going to get better. And it's going to literally, when your students do this, it's going to blow your mind. I mean, it really is. And so we're really excited about this. So here's what we need you to do, though. It's going to take your whole entire table. So we're going to need you to close your computers. We're going to need you to either throw stuff in the trash or pack it up. Kelly and I will come and help and collect your glasses. We don't need that. But in order to make this really work...
Oh, wait.
Uh-oh, hold up. Whoa.
Wait, there's more. We need them to clean their instruments before we take them up.
Yes. Okay, so you know your pack of the REM oil. So here's what we need you to do. These things can be used over and over.
Yes.
So you can take it out and you can wipe your instruments down. You don't have to wipe the front of the dial of the caliper, but the caliper, wipe it all off and everything. And then bring it up, and we're going to call the keeper of the rulers first. And then the keeper, and bring both of your rulers, plastic and the metal one. Then we will call up the measuring tape folks. And then the caliper folks. How's that?
Yes, that sounds great. And what I'm going to do is show you, I'm going to demonstrate this real quick so that way you guys are aware. What was the question? I'm sorry. Yes, whenever he was talking about COVID from passing it to one student to the next, then if you want to do the antiseptic wipes, we will clean these so you don't have to worry about that. We just want to demonstrate how to do this for you guys. One of the things that he had mentioned, Earl had mentioned earlier, when you're using this Remington wipe, is that you might want to put it in a Ziploc bag so it won't get on anything else. We will say that we actually did have one of these and they will not dry out. We just stuffed it back in the bag and pulled it out several times, and it was good every time we pulled it out. So just so you have a mental thought there that it's not going to dry up. But anyway, if you want to store them in a Ziploc bag, feel free. But what we're going to do is demonstrate real quick how to use this. I'm going to open this up. I hate that I'm having to use y'all, so I'm so sorry. I'm actually going to let Miss Angela be Vanna White here. So she's going to open this up, and all you're going to do with your steel ruler is you're going to wipe it down. And one of the things that we want to point out is we do live in a very humid part of the nation. So especially here, you want to make sure that these are wiped and then placed directly into the cart. There's also a lot of very interesting information about rusters, is what they call. Some people with specific oils in their hands that will cause this to rust. But the main goal here is you do not want any water on this. So you would have this, you take it up, and you'd give it to Miss Robin. I'm going to let you do that. And then we're going to come back and do the same thing with the tape measure. So all you're doing is one solid wipe. And then you're going to pass that to Miss Robin. Yes, and as she's putting them in, she's even telling you guys that right now the foam it's actually a design that they have in CAD up at Snap-on. And so anyway, so they're actually making those adjustments. It's a manufacturing engineer, if you're curious. Anyway, he will go through and make those adjustments. And right now the foam has actually been cut slightly too small. So that's one of the things, is they're going back and adjusting the tolerance levels of the foam so that way it can be completely in there. The next thing is the tape measure. So you're just going to wipe off the face of the tape measure. The tape measure is really the hardiest of the three instruments. It does not require as much cleaning, but you're going to wipe off the stainless steel part and place that in. The last one is the caliper. When you are cleaning the caliper, take a moment to open up the caliper, as Earl had talked about earlier, and he said to use a sheet of paper to make sure there was nothing on there. Use that Remington wipe, place it in between the contacts, and then you can just kind of close the contacts and slide it right out. So that way it kind of cleans all of that. Be careful to make sure that it's not clamped down on it. You're just kind of using it to wipe. Then, if you will, also go ahead and take that extension rod, extend it out a little bit, and wipe that extension rod down. And then once you have that done, you can close it up. Hey, Miss Kelly wants us to have a party. She's turned the lights out. Okay, the number of you that just started dancing, I absolutely love it. Anyway, and then you're going to wipe down that scroll wheel, walk it up here to Miss Robin, and place it in the cart. With the catapult launchers that you have built, yes, please take the catapult launcher if somebody wants to go ahead and take one of those so you don't have to recreate it whenever you're teaching this in a couple of weeks. Feel free to do so. You can throw away your cotton balls and scratch paper in the back of the room. The goal is for your table to be completely clear. So for those of you that are online, we are just cleaning up and making sure. You will want to have a completely clear area here. All right, so we're getting ready to get into lesson 5. This is the last lesson for today. And the whole idea here is, of course, to teach the students that we've been talking about precision, we've been talking about measurement, we've been talking about accuracy and calipers. And how does this really apply to manufacturing? So we've seen a couple of jobs, but what does this look like? And this is where we talk to them about quality control. How much imperfection is acceptable? So their bell ringer activity is something I kind of want you to pay attention to. This bell ringer activity is about cards, and they're in a specific pattern. So if you were coming by and checking the quality or mistakes, how many mistakes can you find? I want you to take just a minute and look at this image. Those of you that are detail-oriented, the analysts in the room, will have so many things to say. So you were just looking for any mistakes that you could find on this card pattern. I'll give you a hint. It's not perfect. All right, so this is what your students are doing as they're coming in the room, and we've tried to keep your bell ringers or your warm-ups exciting so that way when they come in, they're actually intrigued by what's up there and it's not just a random question, right? So anyway, so when they're coming in, they're looking and trying to identify, okay, what do I notice about the quality of these cards? How many mistakes can I find? Once you start your toolbox meeting, you'll talk about the daily objectives, and there are several. They are going to look at the difference between accuracy and precision in manufacturing, right? They're also going to compare and contrast quality control and something called quality assurance. So these are key terms, but I will also make sure that you recognize these as manufacturing terms. Okay, identify different methods of lean manufacturing. There's a lot of new terminology that's being introduced here. And then they're going to apply lean manufacturing through quality assurance to provide to produce an acceptable product in a specified amount of time. Your key terms: quality control, quality assurance, rework, nonconformities, lean manufacturing, and then they will be working in teams of 4. Today, you guys will be working in teams of 3 and 2 as we have been doing. Okay, so the next slide shows where the mistakes are, right? Or at least some of the mistakes. 1, you have a king instead of an ace. The 4 and the 2 are all cattywampus, right? The 3 and the 4 of hearts have been swapped, and then the 5 really needs to be adjusted up. If you've seen other mistakes, that's great. We missed them. But these are the main ones, right? So these are the ones that we saw, and the amount of detail that you will go into, because you might even have a student that picks out something like maybe some type of spatial distance. It's not the same. Right, yeah, like maybe even between this card and the king versus the 3s, and the fact that there's a different spacing. There are other details that you can go, but we just want them to start recognizing the fact that there's something that's not quite right here, okay, and that this is not just good enough. Anyway, after this, you're going to talk about the fact that these mistakes in manufacturing are called nonconformities, or NCs. Okay, so a nonconformity, it means that something's wrong with it, right? There's a mistake, there's an error, and it's not considered acceptable, okay? The next key term is rework. Fixing these NCs is considered rework. I felt like once I saw this, I was like, this is excellent. I went home, explained to my 5-year-olds and my 8-year-olds, your room is completely in nonconformity. I'm going to need you to rework the situation, right? So they picked right up on it. It's perfect, right? Perfectly clean rooms, no issues at all. There's no dirty socks anywhere. So anyway, this is something that we have found. As a matter of fact, even Miss Robin had said to me that she was like, I got so tickled. You have used rework and nonconformity in so many lessons after you introduce it. And I was like, because it's so applicable. I just didn't realize those were your manufacturing terms, right? But they're things that we can apply in everyday life. Okay, so starting this off, we talk about the fact that it's all about quality, right? We introduce one more key term here before we get going, and I know it's heavy on the key terms at the beginning, but we want these students to really understand, and these aren't hard key terms, what is quality assurance? And that is examining the process used to manufacture something. Emphasis on the word process. So even in your instructor's manual, there will be a lot of focus on process versus product. Quality assurance is looking at the process. Attention to every stage, and you want to minimize error so that you can increase efficiency. We're going to watch a real quick video from Betsy on quality in the workplace.
Insist on the highest standards. Leaders have very high expectations, not only for themselves, but for everyone around them. Call them perfectionists, but they're constantly driven to be the best in all areas of their lives, and they sometimes expect everybody else to have the same drive. I assure you, not everybody does, but this is one attribute that makes leaders so different from everybody else. These high standards might seem unrealistic and unachievable, but if you can't be perfect, it's the striving towards the goal that matters most.
Okay, so we're going to do a little check on that video because that was incredibly quiet and we have no idea why. I don't know if we've lost sound in one of our speakers in the room or if we, I don't know what happened. Anyway, that's odd. We'll double check that to make sure that it was great online, so it's got to be one of the speakers in the room. Great. We love good technical difficulties. We'll get it fixed before tomorrow morning. Okay, so you guys are going to be working on this deck of cards activities, and basically what she was saying was really not focused on what she was saying, but it was about having high standards. And in this quality assurance program, you are going to have high standards, but you're going to have a challenge too. Your challenge is we are going to give you a specific pattern, and your cards have to be in the right order, okay? So it's not ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack, queen, king. It's a different pattern, okay? So you're going to have to put them in the correct order. Each row must be in a straight line. Cards should be 1 inch apart on all sides. Wait a minute, you don't have tape measures or rules. What are you going to do? Exactly. All right, each row must contain the same suit. Each column must contain the same value card, so all of your hearts would be on a row and all of your threes would be down a column. Tasks must be completed in 3 minutes. You could spend all day and get this challenge done. That's not the question. You have to be efficient when doing this, right? If I order something on Amazon and it's a 2-day turnaround, sometimes I might get a little impatient because it takes 2 full days to get here, right? Think about the product. Think about the product side of things, right? How perfection is, it takes time. And if we wanted a completely perfect product, the amount of time required to produce that perfect product might be ridiculous, right? It might take an incredible amount of time. So instead, you need to be thinking about the fact that I have to be efficient. That's something that I know that those of you that have had anything to do with robotics, they will tweak a robot for as long as you will let them. Let me tweak this and tweak that. At some point, you have to say, you have to stop, right? Game day is tomorrow or in a few hours, stop. So anyway, so those are the kinds of things that you want students to realize is efficiency is key. Okay, so what I'm going to do is you'll need someone to open up the deck of cards and remove the jokers. We will not be using them. Not right this second, but in a minute. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to give you the pattern, and you are working as a team. You are working as a team to get these cards in the correct order in 3 minutes. Ready, set, begin. Remember, there are monitors all around the room. Two minutes remaining. I chose the table in the back, maybe. 1 minute, 30 seconds. One minute remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Remember, 1 inch in between. All right. All right. Bravo. Hey, do me a favor. Take a minute and peek over at some other people's tables and see how yours compares. Just out of curiosity, these cards look phenomenal. Miss Robin thinks that my timer's too slow, that you had too much time. So do me a favor. You're going to have a seat. Be careful not to bump the table, because you are going to be evaluating how good of a job you did in just a second. So this is where we begin discussing quality control. And quality control is all about the product. So the process is quality assurance, but the quality control is ensuring that every product you manufacture is up to a predefined quality standard. So what you're going to do is you're going to have an audit sheet that Ms. Robin is going to provide you, and you're going to score yourself but we want you to score yourself with a very high standard, right? Miss Betsy at the very beginning of this says to insist on the highest standard. It looks like you guys already have them. So you're going to fill this out, and you want to make sure that you get the analyst at the table to do it, right? Where is the attention to detail? Miss Robin, they need an audit sheet in the back. She's coming. Okay, so we just figured it out. We were making your life easier. I forgot one very important instruction. Shuffle the deck. Jeez. Smee in 3 right here. Yeah, she was like, I can't believe this. So, grade yourself on your audit sheet. You should have done very well. Go ahead, and this is your first score, right? So this is how you have done for round 1, which hopefully you did really well, but we, of course, are going to up the ante, right? Now we're going to make sure that these cards are shuffled, okay? So take these cards and shuffle them. This is a fun time also to talk about, for instance, the constructor is probably the one who started barking out orders immediately. If they don't recognize themselves as the constructor, this might be the time to point out. I'm the one in the group that would be like, okay, you're doing this, you're doing this. The counselor says, it's okay after the audit sheet comes back, right? So go ahead and shuffle those cards. Be sure that you shuffle those at the beginning, unless if you just want to be kind to your students.
Piloted before, it was on a square table. That is correct.
That's all right.
That is very true. So those of you who are in other states, please make sure your cards are shuffled first.
Okay. I'm beginning to see who my card sharks are in the room. Miss Bonnie's at the top of the list back there. I see that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to round 2. Let's look and see how this has changed. Remember, your cards must be in the correct order. Each row must be in a straight line. The cards should be 1 inch apart on all sides. Each row must contain the same suit. Each column must contain the same card value, so same thing, except you get 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Cards.
And you have shuffled cards. All right, here we go. On your mark, get set, begin. Kurt and Alexa, just so you know, you guys are the focus of the YouTube channel. Just giving you fair warning. You're good. Oh, how much time's left? I forgot to tell him how much time's left. 1 minute remaining. Mark and Angela are rocking this. "30 seconds remaining. "10 seconds remaining. And time. Hands up. All right, now Miss Robin's going to give you another card sort audit sheet. So you are going to kind of look at what you have. Everyone has a little bit different right now, different outcome it looks like. So what I want you to do is take a moment and fill out that audit sheet. Encourage your analysts to go ahead and fill that out. Now, I would like for you to take just a minute, and we do have another career connection that we're about to play, but I want you to have a conversation with your teammates about maybe getting a different game plan, because guys, it's only going to get tougher. We're about to go down to 2 minutes, and so what we want you to do before we get there is get a game plan. How could you strategize a little differently to get the cards in the right order with a high quality product? Go ahead and put the cards together. You can have somebody shuffle those. I'm going to take a moment to remind you here of 2 things. Actually, let's go ahead and remind you of 4. The first one, a nonconformity. That mistake, that is the issue on your audit sheet, which would require rework. But the question is rework of the product or rework of the process. Quality assurance is changing your process. Quality control is checking your product. Okay? Quality assurance is changing your process. Quality control is checking your product. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the screen. We're going to check the volume again just to make sure that there's nothing weird here. But we are going to be showing an Airbus Career Connection. The Airbus Career Connection is on a quality control inspector. So someone whose job is to walk around and inspect the airplane to make sure that it is within that tolerance word again we're going to be talking about in just a moment. So let's see if we can get the volume working here.
Quality and safety are top priorities for Airbus. So as quality inspectors, our responsibilities focus on the execution and confirmation of quality inspections throughout the final assembly line process. This includes checking system integration throughout the entire assembly process to verify the aircraft prior to handover to the flight line. We do technical inspections, perform visual, incoming, first article, and final inspections during the aircraft manufacture process to ensure compliance with the design specifications, certification, and customer requirements. We also have to document all inspections performed on the aircraft and related components, as well as support any troubleshooting issues and participate in quality survey requests. So there's a fair amount of paperwork required to do this job, and it requires good attention to detail. We have to know how the entire production line operates, as well as the practices, methods, and tools used. To become a quality inspector, you need to have your high school diploma plus your FAA airframe and power plant license, including inspection authorization. Airbus expects us to have 5 or more years of experience as a quality inspector for an international aviation company, as well as familiarity using quality management systems, drawing systems, inspection plans, and inspection coordination. However, experience and education requirements may vary. While it takes many people in many different roles to build a commercial aircraft, being a quality inspector has additional responsibilities and expertise that make it very rewarding and certainly a role to consider for your future.
Okay, so something that's kind of a unique opportunity for students, like a job that they did not even recognize or realize at the beginning, right? So they might not know anything about quality inspectors or quality assurance or quality control, but hopefully this activity will help them realize I've got a product and a process. Okay, so are we ready? All right. On your mark, get set, go. Two minutes this time around, 2 minutes. One minute, 30 seconds. Forty-five seconds. Scarborough Model Middle is rocking it up front. Yes, remember, this is supposed to be for a team of 4. It's also supposed to be for middle school students. 15 seconds remaining. Woo! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up. All right. Get that card sort audit sheet from Miss Robin. I'm just saying, not bad, not bad. You're going to grade yourself critically. It was all because we set you guys up for failure at the very beginning. We didn't let you shuffle for the full 3 minutes. I think that's what it was. All right, so you guys can have a seat for a second because we're going to have a little bit of a conversation. All right, so if you look in your instructor's manual, you will see that these are separated. They have horizontal lines in there so you can kind of keep up with what round you were in. I know that you don't have it out right now. Don't get it out. I was just going to give you some heads up that this kind of segments it off so that way you can watch what's going on in each round. And the goal is every round, as these students are doing this, you're kind of emphasizing a few things that are done in manufacturing. Now, obviously, manufacturing, they're not cutting down the timetable, but there is a race against time. And one of the things that Airbus I've always enjoyed watching is when they first arrived in Mobile, they were at a specific rate. And I would be incorrect in telling you, Miss Michelle or Robin might be able to share that information. It might have been a rate 4 when they first came in, was it? And so anyway, but their goal is they got the process down, right? This is real time. These are real industry success stories here, because then the next goal was, okay, well, we've got this down. Let's make it 5, right? And so right pre-COVID, I know that they were up to 7. Is that correct? Yeah. You're there.
They added ships to make that happen. So it wasn't they did it faster, even though that was quality and stuff like that. And they got it down here in Mobile and got all the logistics and everything. But they did get up to 7, but that did require additional shifts as well.
Right. So it's all about looking at the process. How can I make this? How can I get more product, right, in a less amount of time? So it's that idea of making sure that you're looking at the process. If any of you have had the opportunity to go to the Hyundai plant, they use something called just-in-time manufacturing, where literally they have trucks coming in off of the interstate, unloading, putting it on the car, and there goes the car, right? So it is honestly all about creating a process that allows you to be successful. So as your students are doing this, we're looking at not just having a good product at the end, but what process are they using? We would even recommend and some of you might not want to share your secrets, but if you were sharing secrets here and maybe even having some of your students say, how did your team get so successful? How did you get to the results that everyone else is trying to get to? What was your strategy? And it's all about sharing those strategy tips. So doing that, we're actually going to talk about lean manufacturing for just a second. You are going to do the card sort again, don't worry. But lean manufacturing, these are principles that are used to eliminate waste, optimize processes, cut cost, boost innovation, reduce time in an ever-changing global marketplace, right? It's the goal that every company has. How can I do my job better, right? And make more profit and cut cost at the same time. I don't have as much waste. There are several examples of lean manufacturing. We are only going to cover 2 with your students because we felt like this is a one-day activity and it's pretty jam-packed and it's really high energy. So we talk about Kaizen and then the 5S system. These 2 systems, there are other systems. You have just-in-time manufacturing, and there's several others. There's even a Lean Six Sigma. We will be talking about Six Sigma in a moment, but we're really going to focus on the Kaizen and the 5S system. These have been intentionally chosen to help with them as they progress through future kits. When they get to kit 7, they will need some of this information. So if you teach this as a full program, you would want to make sure to talk about both types of lean manufacturing. What we have done is provided you with a video of Kaizen, lean manufacturing. It was actually created by, I think the founder, I can't remember, it was from Toyota. I can't remember if it was the founder of Toyota or whom it was. But it was all on Kaizen lean manufacturing. And they talk about how this process is actually used in sandwich shops in Japan. It's very big. It is a Japanese system, but it comes from, they use it in sandwich shops. They use it in all types of different manufacturing places. I can't remember, but this is about a 4.5-minute video to kind of show your students these are different ways to do this. They use, in one of these examples, it is filled with assistive technologies. So they have all of these employees are in wheelchairs, and so they're wheeling around, and they've made all of these adjustments, but they use the Kaizen system. So take a minute and just let your students see that. That is one of the challenges that we are looking at for Kit 7 is the assistive technology. So just giving you some insight for that. The second system, the time to do this, but the second system is the 5S system. This is one that I would love to implement at home. As a matter of fact, I joked with my husband. I was like, I'm taking pictures of everything. I'm going to create a catalog of where everything goes in the kitchen, so that way whenever you're putting up the dishes, you'll know exactly where they go. Your response, Mark, was his exact response. He just turned around and walked away. I said, it's called the 5S system. I just wrote about it. Anyway, anyway, this is a really unique system, and it has a lot to do with sustainability, right? How do you sustain this system from day to day, right? What if you have a new employee that comes in? How do they know where things go? So anyway, this is in a medical situation. This is actually a medical closet that they go through and they organize. It's really, I like watching it just because I like to see like the before and after of like the DIY shows, you know, this is what this made me think of. So anyway, but we want you to show that to your students. Once again, this is about a 4 or 5 minute video. So just take the time for the students to kind of recognize these different types of lean manufacturing. That's right. That would be fantastic. We did say on this that these would be homework assignments. If you get a chance to watch these, just to kind of be familiar with this, and Robin's going to send out that information. Okay, so I am going to ask for a couple of these teams that feel like they had really good scores, if they will share some of their techniques before we do this one more time, because this last time you're going to do it in 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I'm going to ask if some of these teams will share. Will you guys share? Will you share? Come on now.
Okay. Okay, so our strategy was one, you know, each of us got a portion of the cards, and then we just sorted them by the suit. And Alexandria, I think she pretty much has the order memorized, so we kind of just did her lead, and then after she did hers, we were all doing it together, but she always pretty much took the lead, and then after we got them all, we tried to make them close together or within that 1 inch, and then last time we tried to be a little bit more creative and try to use this as like a straight edge.
Nice. Okay, excellent. What about this team here? What have you guys please?
Yeah. All right. I guess that the foundation was the base of getting that first row in order, and then as we were working on that, the other two, as I was sorting it out, the other two were separating things by suit, and then from there we just looked and saw what needed to go and kind of just flowed.
All right. Okay. Any other teams? You guys want to share? You guys are entertaining, if nothing else. Miss Barbara said that they are doing the same things, but she just doesn't understand because she's so young and vibrant. She doesn't know how they're not getting it done in time. That's for our online guests, right? So, okay, so take a minute, one more time, get a strategy together with your team. You have less time than ever. Don't cheat. Make sure you shuffle the cards. Are we ready? You guys loose? You ready? All right, here we go. Round 4. Here's the rules first. Just a reminder, cards must be in the correct order. Needs to be in a straight line. Cards should be 1 inch apart on all sides. Each must contain the same suit. Each column must contain the same value. And now you're going to complete this task in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Begin. Oh. 45 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Time.
Exactly the same score.
All right. I know, with two people, they've been great. Okay. All right, take a minute and fill out your last card sort audit sheet. Now, of course, we wanted to make this challenging. We wanted to make sure that we kept you on your toes. But in all seriousness, do give us some feedback. If you realize that none of your teams are successful whenever you do this in your classroom, we do want to know that. If we need to adjust it to a 4 minutes and 30 seconds, 4 minutes, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, we can do that. If you, once again, this is pilot, we need your feedback. If you already have some foresight in seeing that my students are going to need X number of time, then go ahead and change those times and give us that feedback. So that way we will know. I know that Robin and I had discussed at one point giving you guys kind of a tally sheet or a log sheet, so that way as you go, you can make those suggestions and get them back to us. And we'll be talking more about that tomorrow. Yes. Please. Oh. That's a great variation. So for those that are online, the suggestion was that if you could nominate the analyst or the strongest analyst in your group, because you might not have an analyst, but whoever ranked highest, maybe have them grade each other's. And so take a chance to walk around and use, they are auditing someone else's information. Then they really will feel the pain of an audit. That's a great point. So I think that would be great. Go ahead.
Another modification that we did with the Flight Path 9 kids was we took the, I guess it would be the constructor of each group, so the one that really did it methodically, and then the last round we made them switch and go join another group. And then to bring those talents to the group. And that was really interesting as well. So there's plenty of variations that you can do with this in your classroom as well. We've had some questions online from the remote learners. What can you do if a child does this at home? There's several different options. One is you can just do this with 2 suits instead of 4. Another modification that you can do is extend the time. And then the last one is involve siblings and parents or friends as well if they're at home. So again, you can modify that for your online learners also.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. So, so that's it for the card sort activity, but I do want to finish up this lesson. That was your last go around, but I want to make you aware of something known as Six Sigma. And when we found this video, I think I've shown it to everyone that I have, I've talked to about this curriculum. Like this video is really powerful, and it is the explanation of why quality assurance and quality control is so incredibly important. I thought I had a pretty good, I had my brain wrapped around what this would mean as far as I knew Six Sigma was good and that is the goal that you want to achieve. But when you start looking at the comparisons of what 3 Sigma would be versus 6 Sigma, it's a lot of difference. If you're a math person, while we were writing this, I am a math person, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is all about standard deviations, right? It's all about that measures of spread, and you talk about your averages, and then you get your standard, your variance and your standard deviation. This is within 6 of those, and so anyway, there's a lot of opportunities to nerd out, and you can tell your students that somebody can actually calculate. It is always 99.9996%. I think it's 66%. Anyway, it's just really cool to see how quality control and quality assurance can help you increase your Sigma status. And that is how we chose to kind of end Kit 2, Lesson 5. There are reflection questions after this. I think my clicker's dead. There are reflection questions after this on the drill down, but then you do have that lesson 6 as a reminder from yesterday. The lesson 6 is a review lesson. It is optional. The review lesson is the exact same. It just has different prompts. So it's the placemat activity where everybody has the different corners of a paper, and then you're reaching consensus. So there are a few reminders on there about how you are workplace champions, and you are reaching consensus and how to do that. That's built in to lesson 6. But then they have their prompts and they create their infographic just like they did in Kit 1. Okay, Ms. Robin, I'm turning it back over to you.
Okay, so your homework this evening has already been sent. It's in everyone's mailboxes. And then tomorrow's our last day. It's kind of sad. We've gotten really in a hangout situation with y'all, and we love this. And but anyway, lunch tomorrow is Fusakli's, and I think that's it for the last day. Any other announcements for the last day? Yes, tomorrow you're going to be taking home your boxes. So it's the 3 boxes in the other room for the majority. For some of y'all, some of your 3D printers will be coming in, but you have to take those boxes home tomorrow. The rest of the day, I know y'all are tired and you want to go home, but if you do want to take off or land an A320, you can go in and do the flight simulator. Or if you want to do something in virtual reality, we have Claire out there working, and we'll go out and jump in also if y'all want to play around a little bit. And otherwise, just be safe going home and do your homework and relax, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow morning. Someone did make a 3D print. If you want to come snag it off, whoever that was, I don't remember.
It's a little dog. It's cute. We have Buddy the dog.
It came off too. So much, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Bye.